Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Let's call this hearing of the Assessment Appeals Board to order for January 11th, 2016. Happy New Year. And I'd like to start by asking our clerk to call roll.
Board Member Crow. Present. Board Member Curtis.
Present.
Board Member Stern.
Present. Thank you. And now would like to ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. If you intend to provide testimony today, please remain standing afterward and we'll get you sworn in.
They moved it.
Okay, ready to begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, and again, please do remain standing if you intend to provide testimony.
All right, I'll now place you under oath. When I complete stating your oath, reading your oath, please state I do. You do solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give and the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Great, so what we'll do now is go through all of the agenda items to determine the status of each, and then we'll come back and hear the applications that will move forward today. Next on the agenda is an agenda review. I understand that we do not have that today. Is that correct?
Correct. We don't have enough items for an agenda review, so we'll just go ahead and cover everything under the regular agenda.
Great. And next, before we get to the agenda items, we'll first cover any public comments on non-agenda items. Okay. And any board comments? Okay. So next, let's go through all the agenda items. We'll start with number 8, application 14-10372. And the applicant is Sing-Hung Soo.
A stipulation has been submitted this morning for the board's review. I'm not sure if it's gotten around to everybody yet, but there's a stipulation for this item if the board wishes to take action to approve it at this time.
Okay, I believe we've all reviewed it. And are there any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, so looking for a motion to accept the stipulation.
So moved. I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Mr. Crow, seconded by Mr. Curtis, and motion carries. Thank you, sir. Okay, next items 9 and 10 on the agenda, applications 14-10815 and 10816. Applicant is Boeing North America, DBA The Boeing Company.
Stipulations, preliminary copies of the stipulations have been submitted, so we recommend continuing to February 29th, 2016, pending receipt of the original stipulation.
Okay, any questions, comments from the board? Okay, so looking for a motion to continue pending receipt of stipulation to February 29th.
So moved.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Curtis, seconded by Mr. Crow, and motion carries.
Please vote.
Okay. Okay, next item 11, application 14-10998. Applicant is Julie Zimmerman.
This applicant contacted me on Friday. There is certain medical issues and they need to continue the case. We're recommending continue it to June 27th, 2016, and hopefully we'll be able to work things out with the applicant before then.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments from the board?
This is the third time for this applicant.
Yes, there's a severe medical issue with a member of the applicant's family, and so they've made us aware, and we let them know we'd do the best we could to accommodate them. So we we're recommending to continue it to June to give them plenty of time, and hopefully we'll be able to figure something out before then. She is aware that there's a time period to get these resolved in, so she's just not really able to come into a hearing at this time due to the medical issues.
Okay. So there's a recommendation from the clerk to continue to June 27th. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second that one.
Okay, moved by Mr. Curtis, and seconded by Mr. Crow. And motion carries. Okay, next items 12 and 13, applications 14-11139 and 14-11141. Applicant is Museum of Ventura County.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Patty Mullins. I'm the CEO of the Museum of Ventura County. Kevin McAtee is our representative, but he is not able to attend, so
Okay.
I'm the fill-in gal.
And I'm
And-
sorry, did you say Lawrence is your last name?
Mullins,
Oh, Mullins.
sorry.
Good thing I
It's
asked.
early yet.
Okay.
This is my first time being here, but I have a note I'm supposed to read from Kevin. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. The Assessor's Office has requested information specific to the actual cost to renovate the Santa Paula Museum property. The Museum of Ventura County contributed monies to the renovation, but the vast majority of the costs were borne by the property owner, the Ventura County Transportation Commission. We have asked for and are awaiting receipt of their cost. Unfortunately, the information was archived, so retrieval is taking a little bit longer, so we were asking for a continuance to April, if possible, to give them
Okay.
enough time to pull that information for us.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Mullins.
You're welcome.
And any comments from the assessor?
Good morning, Kent Meyer, Ventura County Assessor's Office.
Morning.
We'd like to request that this be denied due to burden of production. We requested the information prior to the last hearing in November. The continuation was granted by the board under the proviso that the information be provided no later than December 2nd.
Okay, and before we go to any other questions, a quick question from me. Mr. Meyer, was there any communication before today from the applicant related to continuance?
We received an email saying he was going to continue, and we responded with, we still need all the information.
Okay. Was the email in relation to the time requested, I believe there's a 30-day? See, I'm curious about the timing of the email versus when the information was requested.
Well,
Am I making sense?
Well, the information was ordered by the board
Right.
in November.
To be received by November?
To be received by December 2nd.
Okay, that's what I'm
The email
looking for.
was fairly recently, I believe it might have been after New Year's,
Okay,
last week. Yeah, it was after New Year's that he said he was going to ask for a continuance.
okay. Any other questions from the board to either the applicant or the assessor?
It's just the fact that you're looking for the information in the archives is,
We had requested the information from VCTC, from what I understand, because they were responsible for most of the improvements, and they have archived it. We've talked to Darren Kettle, and we just wanted to give them enough time. I don't know that it would require to April, but we don't have it today because they couldn't provide it today, so that's why we need a continuance.
Ms. Mullins, do you know if there has been a good faith effort from all the parties to try to find the information to?
I believe so. We talked to Darren, I think, before the holidays, and then we are closed for a week between Christmas and New Year's, and I haven't heard back from them yet, or actually spoken to Kevin McAtee, but we haven't had the information, or we probably would be ready to present it.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from the board? Any comments from our legal counsel?
Since the applicant has pointed the finger to a third party's failure to produce the requested information, I think for due process reasons, the board should consider giving a short continuance, not to April, but a short continuance to the applicant, keep the fire under their feet. It's up to the board's discretion, and it's the board's policy call.
Okay, thank you. So just,
Excuse me, can I make one comment?
Morning.
Good morning. Brooke Hill with the Ventura County Assessor's Office. I just
Morning.
wanted to comment that we also haven't received any data in the museum's possession. We haven't received any costs that they incurred in renovating the museum. We haven't received any financials that are in their possession. Nothing has been received to date. So it's not just the Transportation Commission's records that we're looking for. There's substantial data that they do have and have yet to provide.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to answer to that? I don't know how to.
Sure.
Oh, I didn't know if it was on.
If
Sorry.
you have more information, that would
Probably
be
so. I
great.
know Kevin is working with our finance director. We've had a few staff changes, including myself being 7 months into the position, so I apologize that this hasn't been provided in a timely manner. We want to be as transparent as possible. We just need a little bit more time to gather that together, if possible. I'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Brendan, when is the next,
The next date the date we are recommending to continue items to is April 25th, 2016. We have one hearing before that, but it's pretty full, so unless absolutely necessary, we don't want to schedule anything prior to April 25th.
Okay, thank you. So maybe a
The
quick,
assessor would like to request that information be received no less than 15 days from today. They've already had over 2 months.
15 or 30?
15, please.
okay, just before we have a discussion, to collect as much info as we can from the applicant, is there a reasonable time frame that you think is that the information should be received? 15, 30, or any idea?
Well, without conferring with Kevin, who's really been taking the lead as a volunteer on this position, I think the 30 days would be appreciated, because what we can't control is I can control my side, but I can't control VCTC, and I don't think that they're not trying to participate. It's just a matter of, from what they've explained to us, the storage of the materials, unless I've not been clear, but that's what I understand to be true, so
Okay,
we'll do our
thank
very
you.
best.
And to the assessor, 30, 15, is it going to be deal breaker here?
The board has their discretion. We're just making a request.
Sure.
Okay, well, why don't we have a quick discussion among the board members, and then we'll decide which direction to go.
I think continuance is in order with the 30-day proviso that the data be supplied to the assessor.
Okay,
I would support that motion.
okay. I would be, I think, in the same mindset. I think it seems that there's maybe a delayed but good faith effort to try to get the information, so,
We're still in January now, so.
right.
All right.
Okay, so do we have a motion? And by the way, before that, just clarifying that it sounds like April 25th might be the day.
Motions to continue this item till April 25th with the proviso that the applicant supply all the data that the assessor is requesting to the assessor within 30 days of today.
Okay,
Thank you.
and do we have a second?
I second that motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Curtis, seconded by Mr. Crow, and motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Yes, okay. We'll go next to items 14 through 16, applications 14-11518, 11521, and 11524. Applicant is CBPC, care of Marblehead Management Company.
Stipulations have been submitted this morning for the board to review. If the board has had time to review them, we would recommend approving them as submitted.
Okay, and I believe they've already been circulated, but I'm not
I don't
sure.
know if Mr. Crow's seen that.
There you go, Mr. Crow. Oh, here's another one. And here, all three. Ms. Porsche, do you need to review? Okay, I think we've all reviewed the stipulations. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Okay, so looking for a motion to accept.
So moved.
I will second that motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Curtis and seconded by Mr. Crow, and motion carries. Okay, next item, 17 through 25. Do I need to read all the application numbers, or can we refer to the screen? Okay. Applicant is Fresh and Easy. Morning.
Good morning. Renee Daza, agent for the applicant, and I believe the assessor's office is asking for this continuance.
Okay, morning, Mr. Deza. Mr.
Yes.
Meyer?
We're still going through the data right now. We would like a continuance. We believe we can resolve this without a hearing. So we'd like to continue this to April 25th. That's all right with the agent.
Okay, Mr. Daza, April 25th, work?
It sounds like that's doable.
Okay. And any questions, comments from the board? Okay, so looking for a motion to continue to April 25th.
So moved.
I will second that motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Curtis, seconded by Mr. Crow, and motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, items 26 through 40. And we'll refer to the application numbers up on the screen. Applicant Oxnard Industrial Park 2 LLC.
This representative has indicated they're running late, so I informed them just to try to get here before the board is done. So I'm requesting the board trail this item. I don't anticipate there being any issues since we have other cases that will be going forward this morning. They should be here before the board wraps up for today.
Okay, so unless there's any concern from the board, we'll trail items 26 through 40 and come back to those. Okay, next item 41, application 14-12221. Applicant is Marin Street Holdings LLC.
Yes, this should be the last one where stipulations were submitted this morning for the board to review. If the board has had time to review them, I'd recommend approval of the stipulation at this time.
Okay, we'll take a minute to review it. Did you both have a chance to review this one? Okay, so we've all reviewed the stipulation. Is there any question or comment from the board?
No.
Okay, so looking for motion to continue and, not continue, sorry, accept stipulation. Again, this is item 41.
So moved.
I will second that motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Curtis, seconded by Mr. Crow, and motion carries. We're dangerously efficient today. Knock on wood.
Gonna jinx it.
Okay, next, item 42, application 14-12261. Applicant is DJP3 LLC. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Could you state your name, please?
Yes,
for the-
Peter M. Potente on behalf of the DJP3 LLC.
Okay. And Mr. Potente, are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay. Any estimate on about how long you think your presentation will take?
I don't estimate it to go longer than 10 minutes.
Okay. And let's go to the assessor.
This case is a change of ownership, base year value
Mhm.
case. The assessor accepted the sales price that was reported by the applicant. Therefore, the burden of proof will be falling on the applicant himself.
Mhm.
There was also a 1606 exchange of information initiated by the agent. Therefore, certain information and evidence is actually restricted. Therefore, prior to any evidence being submitted by either side, both sides and the COB should be allowed to review the evidence prior to being submitted to the board.
Okay. And so assessor's prepared to move forward today?
We are. We estimate 15 to 20 minutes also.
Okay. So we will come back to this item shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I understand the applicant is requesting findings of fact.
Okay.
And so he needs time to get payment. I
have
don't
to
know
go
if
get
we
some
want to
cash.
make, if we'd prefer to make this case second, or just give him a chance after his hearing to run and get payment. Depends on what all the parties want to do. I just
Okay.
don't want to get into his, have him do the first hearing and then
Understand.
not be able to get his findings.
So you
of fact.
still want findings of fact, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So let's get through the next two more items on the agenda. We'll see the status, and then if we need to move this to the second hearing in order to allow for that, we'll do it.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
Sure. Next, item 43. Application 14-12262. Applicant is Adrian Davuti. Morning.
Morning. I'm Daniel Bone. We're ready to move forward. We're ready to move forward.
Okay. Any estimate on the time your initial presentation might take?
10 minutes, 15 minutes maximum.
Okay. And thank you. Let's go to the assessor.
The assessor is ready to move forward. We also estimate 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, we'll come back to you shortly.
Thank you.
Thanks. And next, item 44, application 14-12269. Applicant is SF Village Associates LP.
Yes, Rick Schrader on behalf of SF Village Associates LP. We're ready to go forward. We would estimate just an initial presentation of 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, morning, Mr. Schrader. To the assessor?
The assessor is ready to move forward. We estimate 20 to 30 minutes total for our presentation.
Findings of fact have been requested and paid for by the applicant.
Okay. Thanks. We'll come back to you real shortly.
Okay.
And so let's see, that we're at the end of the items on the agenda, and I'll ask for input from our clerk, but why don't we go first with item 43. We'll allow item 42, DJP3, to get their things squared away. So we'll go in the order probably of 43, then 42, then 44.
Yeah, that works with the clerk. That sounds good to us. Be sure to get everything out of here as quickly as we can.
Okay. So then what we'll do is here, our first application will be item 43, Adrian Davuti. And, okay,
Should we just do a 5-minute recess?
that's fine.
Set up?
We'll be in recess for 5 minutes, and we'll come back, and we'll hear yours first. Okay, it's 10:05, we're back on the record, and we're hearing item 43 on the agenda, application 14-12262. Applicant is Adrian Davuti, and it looks like we have a single-family residence owner occupied, and what we'll ask for first, unless I'm wrong, please tell me, because I just got to look like it's not a single family. Let's ask for a quick overview from the assessor, and then we'll move forward.
Before we start, I just want to let the assessor know, good morning, Mr. Bone. I've taken a class from Mr. Dan Bone in the past.
So have I.
Okay, I think most of us have, so I feel it won't affect my impartiality.
Council would like to cite to Revenue and Taxation Code 1624.2, the applicable law, and I don't believe that there is a conflict of interest, but I'll read it for the benefit of those present. No member of an assessment appeals board shall knowingly participate in any assessment appeal proceeding wherein the member has an interest in either the subject matter of or a party to the proceeding of such nature that it could reasonably be expected to influence the impartiality of his judgment in the proceeding. Mr. Curtis had mentioned to me that the class he'd taken was approximately 10 years ago from Mr. Bone, and he doesn't feel it could affect his impartiality. I don't believe, also under the circumstances, it could reasonably affect his impartiality.
Did you pass?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay, so before we move forward, is there any objection from applicant, assessor, or board related to any of the statements?
No objection.
Okay. So then we'll move forward. If we could get a quick overview from the assessor, and we'll determine how to
And just before you get
proceed.
started, findings of fact have been requested by the applicant, and in the process of being paid for.
Okay. So we'll assume that they'll be paid for? Okay, great.
This is a single-family residence. I was led to believe that there was nobody occupying the property at this time. Is that true, Mr. Davuti? You do live there, okay. So it is owner occupied.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do live there with my wife.
Well, we actually need to clarify the date of valuation, right?
Yes.
Because that's,
Thank you.
Yeah. So this is a change of ownership on April 24th, 2014.
Mhm.
There was a reported sales price that the assessor did not accept. It was not an open market transfer. It was a transfer between siblings.
Mhm.
And we will accept the burden of proof only because of the fact that there was a reported sales price that was not accepted.
Okay. So then what we'll do is hear first the presentation from the assessor. We'll go through a process of questions from the applicant and the board to the assessor, and then the reverse order where the applicant presents. We'll end with closing summaries. Applicant will go first, and the assessor will go last. So we'll start with the assessor's presentation, and we're all receiving their appraisal. And this is already labeled as Assessor's Exhibit A. So whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All righty. My name is Rick Denham. I'm with the Ventura County Assessor's Office, and good morning to the board.
Morning.
And, Mr. Davuti and Mr. Boone. Just to help you follow along, if you turn to this page with the 3 pictures, that's the first page of my comps. The property's located at 119 Bell Canyon Road. It's a single-family residence. It's in Bell Canyon. The assessor's office used 4 comparable sales. The assessor valued the property at $820,000 at the time of transfer. And the way the transfer is looked at by the assessor's office is that it was an appraisable event because it was transferred from a family member to another family member. I think it was brother to brother, but I may not have that right. It took place on 4/24/14. My first 3 comps are all from Bell Canyon Boulevard. I have a thing about Bell Canyon. I have done a lot of appraising there, and when it's on Bell Canyon Boulevard, I try to get as many comps on Bell Canyon Boulevard as possible. It is the main street through the subdivision. I would not call it a formal traffic street, but once you get behind the gate, it is the most traveled street. So I have to be, because of that in the past, I've been reluctant to kind of go both ways, to use comps on Bell Canyon against comps that aren't, and vice versa. So my first 3 comps are all from Bell Canyon Boulevard. They obviously took, 2 of them took place within 60 days, roughly 60 days, one a little older. My third comp is from Silver Spur. I did make an adjustment on that one for traffic, and once again, when I use the word traffic, that's after a gate. So I want to make that clear, within a subdivision is what the traffic is. All my other adjustments were basically for square footage, mostly reasonable, pool or lack of pool, that kind of thing. Some of the lots are larger, but frankly, not very usable. But I still made an adjustment for more or less privacy, and that's why you'll see a lot adjustment. One of them was terribly flat, even the same size, so I made an adjustment for utility, even though they're around the same size, so maybe that'll clarify the confusion. But anyway, when you go to this page, this is my map page. Obviously, they're all inside Bell Canyon. One of them, let me make sure I got this right. Yeah, 31, okay, yeah. Two of them are actually closer to the gate than the subject. One of them on Bell Canyon, one of them is further away from the gate. And the property on Silver Spur is very low and not in the upper areas of Bell Canyon. So very, very similar utility for the fourth comp also. When I looked at all four comps and looked at the adjusted price ranges, my adjusted range goes from a low of 816 to a high of $1,150,000. We came in at 820, which is at the lower end of that range. So we feel that that's a pretty strong indicator that that would have been a very possible market value at that time. And when we, the reported sale price was I believe 725. And we did not accept that price because the comps, as you can see, indicate a higher value. But within that higher value, I believe we came in at the lower end of the range, and that's really the basics of our case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Denham. And are there any questions from the applicant to the assessor based on their presentation?
Can I question some of the comparables that he's commented on?
Absolutely.
I appreciate the fact that the comparables are on Bell Canyon Road, which is a busy street. But many of the comparables on Bell Canyon Road have much flatter lots than he's indicating, and I believe he's under-adjusted for that. Also, the Comp 1, we have also used. I did not realize we were not given this information prior to coming here, so I'm just looking at it now. But some of these comparables I have in my file, and when I look at Comp 1 and I read from the MLS listing about it being a remodeled custom home with cast stone detail and gourmet kitchen, why, just because it's on the same street, does it make a good comparable if the lot is flatter and it's an upgraded home? So I do disagree with the comparables based on lot size, based on condition, although I did use one of these comparables myself.
Let me just step in for 1 sec. So I think that there was a question there from the applicant.
Is there a question there, I guess?
My question is, without adjusting for condition or quality, do you feel that it would be an adequate representation of the subject, Comp number 1 on 210 Bell Canyon Road?
I did, first of all, adjust for condition. And you might note that. As far as quality goes, Bell Canyon 210 is actually slightly lower quality. If you look under quality class, it is actually slightly lower quality than the subject. And when it's only slightly, we generally don't make an adjustment. In this case, I did not make an adjustment.
Can you tell me when the quality class is upgraded?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me when the quality class, when that was determined? Is it on this form, I guess is what I'm asking you.
It's usually when it's built, all of them are.
Okay, so the upgrades that were made to this property subsequent to it being built would not be reflected in your analysis?
Not at all. It's covered under condition very often. Sometimes just because something has a remodel or an upgrade doesn't necessarily change the quality, but it might change the condition.
I might disagree with that statement about different degrees of remodels and how some people might have better quality remodeling than others. But since our subject's not remodeled, I think it's a moot point anyway.
Also, just a question of your question, I'm a little confused. You said you didn't like my Comp number 1, but you in fact used it yourself.
I didn't like, excuse me, I misrepresented. I didn't like the adjustments to Comp 1.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the applicant to the assessor?
No.
Okay. Any questions from the board to the assessor?
Mr. Denham, I noticed that each one of your comps, you made fairly large adjustments for condition. Is that reflecting that they're all being remodeled?
There was a appraisal by Mr. Boone, and he was aware of the condition at the time of sale. He made those adjustments in his work, and I accepted those as fact from that time. So as far as my condition adjustments, they came directly, I'm being, it's mathematical. There was an indication that there were condition problems. We had made an actual adjustment ourselves when we did the original appraisal, but once we had Mr. Boone's estimate, we just used his numbers in there, which were frankly relatively close to ours anyway.
Any other questions for the assessor?
So just to be clear, you got Mr. Bones' appraisal?
As part of the negotiating process, he had done a couple of appraisals on the property on different dates. We looked at those appraisals. We always look at condition because we don't have the benefit of condition sometimes. And so if we have an actual appraiser's work and an actual number that they estimated by their expertise on that day, we do look at that number and consider it. We had already made a condition adjustment originally, but we just went to their exact number just for, condition's always difficult to find, and someone seeing it might have an advantage that we didn't have. Okay?
Sure. When was the date of the appraisal that Mr. Bone did that you are relying upon?
Okay. It was dated as of 4/24/14. Let me make sure. Sometimes
That's
it's
correct.
Yeah. Was there a different date you actually
We
did
had
it?
2 appraisals submitted. One was March 1st of 2013, and one was April 24th of 2014.
Thank you.
All right. Were there any other comparables that were of similar condition that you might have looked at that you didn't use in your appraisal? Within the time frame that you're...
I don't recall any. These were, I do have I personally think being on Bell Canyon's very important. I found that to be an indicator both ways, up or down. And it's unusual that this many comparables would be available on Bell Canyon. So I took advantage of that statistical availability.
Did you look at any comparables outside of Bell Canyon in either gated or non-gated communities?
No, I do not. Bell Canyon is pretty isolated, and unless it's a really, in my history, I've never seen it not have enough data within the gates to sort of clarify where the market is. It's pretty isolated. If anybody knows, has been out there, it's, when you go there, you have to go into Los Angeles County to get to a part of Ventura. And so because of that, it's, the homes around there that immediately surround it are in Los Angeles County. And there's only a couple of circumstances like Malibu or Westlake Village where I would go outside of into Los Angeles County comfortably. And in the case of Bell Canyon, frankly, it has so much data that it's, I believe, the most relevant for the board and for this case. And to attest to that, the other appraiser also used only Bell Canyon comps for both of his appraisals. So basically, we're all indicating that Bell Canyon is really the best place to get comps.
Sure. And then I believe some of the homes along Bell Canyon might be in a flood zone. Did you take that into consideration?
Generally, we don't necessarily have a breakdown of flood information unless that's a privy part of the case, but it always can be mitigated with insurance and that kind of thing. So I don't know specifically with the subject or any of the comps about the flood status.
The subject is in a flood zone.
Thank you. And then finally, so you're, based on the appraisal, you're saying that the lot utility is fully usable?
I think it has a little bit of a limited utility. It's level in the front, but back, not as,
Not as usable?
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, Chairman
Ms.
Stern, may I
Parsh?
ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Denham, on comp number 4, I noticed you put down on the very last line, a number for land allocation, and there wasn't a similar,
Yeah, that's.
Piece of
we
information.
use- yeah,
Can you
that's-
explain-
That's just a, I'm sorry that got there, but it's nothing.
it has no strategic importance.
No, it's an allocation number, which unfortunately, from the assessor's office, usually isn't too helpful.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just seeing this for the first, I'm just seeing this paper for the first time. Can you tell me, were you referring to the lot size on comp 4?
On comp number 4, the last line down before the
land
heading
allocation.
total net adjustment, I just saw you put land allocation on this particular comp and not on the others, and I was inquiring if that had any significance or not.
Can I ask a question about comp 4?
Yes.
First, I want to say that I don't think using comps that are all superior in condition really captures the market for builders and developers at the time this appraisal was done. These are owner-occupied units that are in superior condition, and that's what these comparables are reflecting. Due to our condition, I don't think we would be comparable to all of these properties. But when I look at the lot size of comp 4, and I see it's just a couple of thousand feet different, and there's adjustment of $35,000. But then I look at comp 2, and it's substantially larger, maybe 40,000, almost an acre larger, and the adjustment's only $35,000. It seems to be very inconsistent in the adjustment patterns.
That has to do with utility.
But that's not expressed here, though. I don't know how to analyze that. So
Okay.
is that an arbitrary number that we're just picking a certain square footage, or how is that working? Where are the adjustments coming from?
Just the utility of that lot versus other lots, that's,
But you said you didn't visit the site.
Yes, I did. I absolutely went out and looked at all
Excuse me.
comps. Yeah, I always do.
I still think that the adjustments are not consistently drawn. Okay? And so if you can enlighten me on that, I would appreciate that. You're saying it's based on utility, so you're saying that comp 4 was flatter, so you adjusted it at a larger rate of $35,000?
I understand you not liking specific adjustments and that kind of thing, and I understand you disagree with me, but once again, that's what it is.
I understand.
Okay.
Well, I think maybe you could just give them a quick primer on how you come up with your lot adjustments. For the assessor, maybe not specifically for yourself, Mr. Dunham.
We try to go as much as we can in the marketplace, but like everything, for a lot of adjustments, there's a lot of subjectivity, and it's difficult, and we do our best, and within the framework, come up with a number. When I'm out there, I kind of look at it, and I say, hey, that's nice, that's better, kind of thing. It's very difficult. There's not a price per foot per se, because it doesn't exist in the marketplace. So, it's like, in general, there are some patterns that a bigger lot's better and a flatter lot's better, and that's really where it comes from.
Okay. And do you, Bell Canyon is an equestrian community. Do you take into consideration that a lot may not be usable for certain purposes, but for maybe keeping a horse up on a slope, that might be desirable? In other words, if I'm an equestrian owner, and I do know that most equestrians do favor homes along Bell Canyon versus homes that might be on Silver Spur, specifically to keep horses. It's not really a question, it's more a statement.
Okay.
When you're done, I have one question of clarification.
Okay.
Assessor Office, you go to page 1 of your Exhibit A, the value table summary you have at the top, we have factored base year value and then roll value. The roll value, this one, it appears that's just copied from the supplemental assessment notice and was the prior owner's enrolled value. Is that correct? And the actual value enrolled for the supplemental is $820,000? So make sure that the documents are correct for the record. So I'm referring to the 725-277 under the roll column. That equals what was the prior.
Yeah, that's a typo error.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
correct value enrolled is 820,000?
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. I'll note that for the record.
Thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions from the board related to the assessor's presentation? Okay, let's go next to the applicant's presentation.
I have some copies of two appraisals. The reason that there's two appraisals is there's a lot of comment regarding the March 1st, 2013 purchase from his brother and how values may have gone up since that time and how it doesn't make sense that his brother could have bought the property at the same price that was purchased in March 1st. So what we are claiming is that the March 1st, 2013 purchase price was below market and was not arm's length. It was a severely damaged property. He did not have proper inspections done. And I would agree that property values went up from 2013 to 2014, but I'm agreeing with the 2013 value. Okay, so I've supplied two appraisals. One of them will say 2013 on the front page. One of them will say 2014. The 2013 value shows the property in extremely damaged condition. My client is prepared to show you receipt and bags of receipts due to damages, slope failures, misrepresentations by the seller. And this is why that even though the property was purchased for $722,000, it was only worth approximately $650,000 at that time. So improvements were made up to the 2014 purchase. It is true he bought it from his brother, but his brother just said, look, I don't want this anymore. I don't want anything to do with Bell Canyon. I want nothing to do with these sloping lots. I don't want anything to do with flood zones. I don't want anything to do with damage. So just give me what I paid for it and you take over this nightmare. So there is a reason that this happened as it did. So I've supplied you two appraisals, one that will show a $650 value and then one that will show a $740 value as of the two effective dates. My client's concerned, he's in a fire hazard area, he's in a flood hazard area. His topography is not very good. The horse situation is not possible, and he's on the entry street, as you already know. The comparables we used were properties that were not upgraded at the time. And then we made adjustments for locations, differences in views. You'll note we did not adjust for lot size, even though every comp is larger in lot. We tried to be as fair as possible in each of these appraisals. I welcome any questions.
Okay, is there any specific information you'd like to go through in the appraisals, Mr. Bone, or just asking us to review them?
If there's any questions that you have, I'll be glad to answer any of the comparables. You'll note on the 2014 appraisal, which has a summary on the front of it, which is what I just talked to you about. The 2014 appraisal, on the second page, you'll see that comparable sale number 2 is the same comparable as the assessor used as their comparable number 1. The difference is we adjusted the property for being better in quality and better in condition because it's an upgraded gourmet quality style home and we are a damaged home. Okay, that's why it sold for $885.
And before we go to questions from the assessor, is there a detail in either of the appraisals of the damages to the home?
The damages would be found in the 2013 copy, since that's when the most damages were found. And if you go to the 2013 copy of the appraisal, and we move forward to the written commentary, there should be a category called damage. Now, my client may be able to speak of that better than I.
Okay, if you do want to present any information, now would be the time. If not, we can just go to questions.
Hi. I brought quite a few receipts here, and I have many more to bring to you. I actually offered them to this gentleman, Mr. Denham, but he didn't want to take my receipts, I understand. I also have a copy of my canceled checks, quite a few of them. The house is, I'm issuing ongoing problems with the house, with the plumbing system, with the plumbing system, the bathrooms, the showers, the shower doors. I try to minimize the cost by doing a lot of work myself even. For example, I bought a weed whacker from Home Depot, try to maintain with the gardening because it's very expensive for the gardener to come to my house. To this date, today is the 9th, today is the 11th, I still haven't paid this month's payment. I'm trying so hard to hold on to this house, and it's got so many ongoing problems. And all I can show you is the receipts that I have. The surcharge fee I get for being in the fire hazard area. The insurance company that I wanted to get, I pay very high insurance for the house because it's in a flood zone area. But the condition of my house, I really wish that I was given this comp so I could drive by on the location. By the way, it's called Bell Canyon Road. It's not called Bell Canyon Boulevard. There's a few houses up from me, like it's a movie star's house. I don't appreciate this comp being only based on Bell Canyon Road because there are houses on Bell Canyon Road that are over $2 million. My house is nowhere close to that. And I'm having everything every money I could spare is try to get this house back and running and make it work again. And I don't appreciate this comps with this really high-end houses. I think the house I'm in has so many issues. And all I could show you is the receipts and copies of my canceled checks, and I can show you my ongoing receipts. And for you guys to bring up my taxes, $100 a month is probably nothing, but for me it is. I'm barely making it. I'm barely making it. Today I haven't made my payment yet, as of yet. I'm waiting till the very last day, which is the 15th of this month, to make my payment. And I think you guys are putting a lot of pressure on me. This is not fair. I wish you would consider and comp my house with the houses similar to it. I don't care if it's on Bell Canyon Road. It could be other alleys or other roads that are close to my house. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you. Any other information from the applicant?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's go to questions from the assessor to the applicant.
Mr. Bone, you had several conversations with Mr. Denham prior to today.
One conversation.
Did you talk over the phone or via email?
We had a conversation over the phone.
Okay. Did he ask at that time for any cost to cure?
No, not that I recall.
You mentioned that in the 2013 transfer that there was misrepresentation on the part of the seller and that not everything was disclosed. Is there any litigation pending on that?
No. It's hard to tell puffing from misrepresentation. Seller puffing and misrepresentation is a difficult thing to prove in court.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Mr. Boone, when you originally, when you filled out the application on this page, you wrote applicant's value was $725 for the four, let me make sure I get this right, the four 24/14 sale date, correct?
If the applicant wrote 7/25, then that's what the applicant wrote. I'm not sure what date that referred to or what the applicant was thinking.
Okay. And your actual appraisal says $750,000. I noticed verbally, I believe you said 740. But when I'm looking at your 424 appraisal, it says 750. Is that correct?
$750,000 is correct. The
Okay.
2013 was $640,000.
Okay. Thank you. Now I'm going to switch to the 2013 appraisal. Do you remember the exact date was that, is it your brother, Mr. DeVuti, I'm sorry, that bought the home originally?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the date in 2013 that he bought it, Mr. Boone? That the brother bought it, I'm sorry.
March 1st, 2013?
And you did the appraisal, you were at the house that day and did the appraisal?
On March 1st, 2013, no, sir.
Okay. Okay. And was that property at that time listed on the MLS?
Yes, it was.
And would this be what, and if you need me to define it, we have a rule called a Rule 2 sale, which indicates that a buyer and seller got together, there were brokers on each side, and it was done in the marketplace. Is that correct for 2013?
Your question asked what, I believe, what you called it, not what
Right.
the
It's
Is that what you call it? I don't know
It's a
if that's
Rule
what you
2
call it.
sale. A Rule 2 sale, sir, means that it was listed on the MLS.
Yes.
Okay,
It
thanks.
took 421 days to sell, though. That's an extremely long time. There's a reason for that. The brokers at that time even thought the property was worth $635,000. So it did not sell in a normal length of time. So I don't believe, even though you're saying whatever your term was, I don't believe it was an arm's length transaction,
Why don't you believe it was arm's length?
because I don't believe it was well-informed buyers.
Okay, I got you. But did they have a broker that represented them?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And did the seller have a broker that represented him?
Absolutely.
And were there alternative properties available besides this property at the time they bought?
Yes.
And did your client look at alternative properties and then choose this one, or just only look at this one?
I believe they only looked at this one.
So they went in and they looked at only one property, they saw signs, other things didn't look, is that correct? Is that your testimony?
There were very few I'm sorry, may I speak?
Yeah.
There were very few properties, to my understanding, at that price range. The rest of them would be different price range, or were on, being on escrow. So to my understanding, they rushed into it because there were not quite a few options at the time.
Well, when I look at your, Mr. Bone, you show a listing available at that time on Maverick. I'm just looking at your appraisal. And so there were indeed alternative properties that your buyer could have bought.
Well, there were alternative superior properties available, yes, sir. The superior location, the superior condition, yes, they were available.
But they chose, your words, an inferior property in an inferior condition.
You're talking degrees. What they thought was a good price for a property ended up being a nightmare property because of the damages that were not disclosed to them. So, yes, I have a listing that's for $750,000, but that's a much superior property than us.
So they had a broker, there were other properties available, and after that, they chose to buy this property at $722,000 back in March of 2013, correct?
Yes, sir, the property was listed in 2011 for $850,000. That's what my appraisal says. It was reduced, the list price, 4 times. 4 times it was reduced. All right? Nobody wanted this property because of the problems associated. Our client jumped into it without having inspections done because he was told it was the only one available, and they jumped on and made a non-arm's length offer. And it was immediately accepted, and everyone was like, wow, we shouldn't, they should not have made that offer.
Can you define arm's length for me? Because there was a
Absolutely.
broker, there was a broker, there was a buyer, there was a broker on each side. It was exposed in the market, it was apparently well-known, and they had a chance to make an offer, I'm sure for less money. Why did they pay $722? Maybe you can answer. This looks like a Rule 2 arm's length transaction.
How can it be arm's length if you don't have knowledgeable buyers and sellers? How can it be arm's length if people are not well-informed or well-advised? I disagree with you calling it arm's length, when it's not an arm's length transaction. They jumped quick because they were told they would lose it if they didn't. They did not have good representation, but they should not be penalized for this their whole life because they made a bad decision at that time. It was not arm's length, not in 2013. That's why it was on the market for so long. Look at the listing history, over 400 days.
By
Builders and developers.
Mr. Denham,
I know where we're
Mr.
going.
Denham.
You know where I'm going.
I think the board understands the perspective of both the parties
Okay, good.
on that question.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
My brother messed up by not getting this house inspected, and there were some unforeseen circumstances. For example, they had no idea how bad the condition of the roof was, or I had no idea how the condition of the plumbing was, that I had to redo the drain pipes because they would backing up in the house. So many of these things were not foreseen when the house was bought. That's why when my brother had such a huge change of mind, he actually ended up hating the house when he found out the raccoons were nesting inside the attic, or there were infestation with mice in the attic. We messed up, my brother messed up actually in the beginning, because if he had this house properly inspected, he probably wouldn't have bought it in the first place. Also, after the house was purchased, we found out from the actual person who was selling it through a friend that the very last offer they had received prior to my brother actually purchasing the house was $635,000. That's the highest offer they had received back in 2013, before the house was purchased.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to ask Mr. Davuti, you said your brother was tired of dealing with all the issues surrounding the house. Did he do any repairs prior to your taking over the house?
He did do repairs.
And about how
I
much?
have done it myself too.
Approximately how many repairs, or what did he repair prior to your acquisition?
He actually started with the roof, and the other repairs I was mentioning to you, they were done by me, like as far as the plumbing and
We factored this in. If you take a look.
I offered you all these receipts last time. You guys didn't want to take it. I can go over them, the repairs I have
But
done.
we acknowledge that the roof was done in the appraisals, that you'll notice on the 2013 appraisal, the condition of the subject is below average, and that the condition in the 2014 appraisal is rated as average. So I do acknowledge that some repairs were made in the year from 2013 to 2014. I want to be clear on that.
Thank you. Mr. Boone, your property on 23 Colt Lane, what was the exact day that sold?
Close of escrow date or contract date?
Close of escrow.
In July of 2014?
Yes, but the exact day in July of 2014.
Can I refer to my files?
Sure. I'm sorry.
July 23rd, 2014?
Thank you. That unfortunately is over the 90-day rule. And
I understand you did say you would accept anything I brought in.
I beg your pardon?
You did say you would accept anything I brought in. We brought in more than we needed, true. So I don't want to nitpick my comps here on dates.
You don't want to nitpick the 90-day rule, is that correct?
Mr. Denham, we understand.
Okay?
Any other questions from the assessor?
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board to the applicant?
Sure, okay, I just want to be clear that, okay, so the assessor, you're saying it's worth $820 as of April 24th,
2014.
2014? $820, and to the applicant, just to be clear, you're saying that it's worth how much?
$750,000.
$750, and you're at $820, right?
Right.
Okay, so we're at $70,000 difference?
I would agree, we're at $70,000
Okay.
difference.
All right, so it seems like the difference is condition and stuff that you did to the property, is that correct?
It's in my mind, it's, when you're using comps of owner-occupied properties versus developer-builder properties, you're gonna come up with a 10 or 15% higher value than if you use comps that are for builders and developers.
I understand, but
Okay,
it
that's-
just seems generally that it's a condition and
Yeah,
issue.
well, it's the type of person that would buy the property because of condition that I'm referring to.
Okay, so what's the cost to cure, or how much are we talking about as far as problems with this? Now, I understand that your client brought receipts, but you're not giving the board any copies of the receipts of the repairs, is that correct?
We can table this and we can copy all these receipts and add them up if it would aid in the decision-making process. There
Sure.
are ongoing
Sure.
damages that still have not been dealt with.
If we were to add them up, how much would they be, roughly?
I mean, counting the roof and everything, over $100,000, over $200,000. It's pretty extensive. He even has slope damage. and
Which
farm
one,
damage.
100,000 or 200?
Well, I don't know if we're referring to 2013 to 2015 or to right now or 2014. So I don't, you know, the 2014 date, I would imagine there's 50,000 to 100,000 in damages, yes.
So if we were to total up those receipts, is that what we would find?
If you add up the receipts and the amount of time that I have actually, because the amount of time I have put in and it was put in and everything easily comes up to 100,000, including the roof.
But
Okay.
Including the roofing, but I didn't do the roofing.
Sure,
Yeah.
just,
And the roof was done prior to his purchase.
okay. Prior to the purchase, the roof was done.
Part of, most
Prior
of
to his
it, most
purchase,
of it.
yes.
I have done some issues with the roofing as well, since I have taken over, but most of it, yeah, almost majority of it was done before I purchased the place.
Okay. And, okay. I'll think of a couple more.
Okay, Mr. Crowe, you have any questions? Better think fast, because I don't have any questions right now.
I have a question of clarification.
Go ahead.
Probably for council. I just wanna make
We
sure-
can take a break if you need to.
The July comp that was in question, the applicant indicated it sold July 23rd, is that correct?
Yes?
Okay.
Recording date, yes.
The assessor brought it up because the board can't consider anything that happened after 90 days. Based on this calculations, 7/23/2014 is day 90. So to council, would the board be allowed to consider that, or would the board have to ignore
I'd have to look at how the rule is drafted.
Because that's exactly
But
day 90.
if it falls
so-
right on the cusp, I'll have to look that up. I don't know off the top of my head.
The
if-
property sold on
Incorrectly
contract in May,
included
just so you
90
know. It sold on contract in May. So buyers would have known about it.
I think the rule is based on when it was recorded, the deed was recorded with
I
the
understand.
county. So-
Okay, thanks, Mr. Vlahakis. And Mr. Curtis, you don't have to hurry. We can take our time.
No,
We can take a couple minutes to review the appraisals and ask any other questions, if
let me
that's
just think
helpful.
of a couple. So, Mr. Bone, just to be clear also on the appraisals, both of these appraisals were done by you in December of last year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what was the purpose of the appraisal, the first one, or for the appraisal that was as of March 1st, 2013? Was that,
After conversations with the assessor, I felt that they were basing the value of 2014 based on the prior sale of 2013, and I disagreed with that. So I felt that we wanted to show what the value really was in 2013, and then that would help us in 2014. But
Okay, so
Okay,
the,
the comment was made that, well, if the value was this in 2013, we know values went up since then, so why did he buy it at the same price? Okay, so it seemed like the valuation was not being based on comparables, but based on an increase from the prior sale date. That's why I wanted to address both dates.
okay. So you're saying as of March of 13, it was worth 640, correct?
Yes,
But your applicant bought it for 722, correct?
yes.
Okay, and just because he didn't get an inspection, he didn't know what he was doing,
Poor representation, bought it too fast without thinking.
but he was represented by an agent, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, what else?
We just feel that he was not told what the property entailed and the true condition of the property. I feel it was misrepresented, is all.
Did he understand that he had he should have gotten an inspection, or he had the ability to get an inspection, and he just said, eh?
I believe he realized this after the fact, the importance of an inspection. But I still don't believe that should cost him his whole life of owning the property to be taxed higher because he did not get an inspection, in my opinion.
Sure.
So I guess I'd have to ask one last question, would be for the 2014 transfer, Mr. Devuti, did you get an inspection?
I know this house inside and out by now. Well,
Anybody who went and looked at your plumbing or your roof, there's many inspections were done.
well, in that aspect, yeah, when things went wrong, people will come and give you estimates and they tell you what's wrong with everything, yes. I've got multiple inspections, if you want to put it that way.
But no actual inspection prior to your purchase?
No.
No.
Excuse me, Chairman Stern. I did look up the answer to Mr. Vlahakis's question. Property tax rule 324, subdivision D, has the operative language, and it says, when valuing a property for purposes of either regular roll or supplemental roll, the board shall not consider a sale if it occurred more than 90 days after the date for which the value is being estimated. And so if the sale occurred on the 90th date, it's within the time frame.
So it's a good comparable?
And to Mr. Bone, so do you, generally, I mean, do you consider the market value of a property what it's appraised for, or actually what it was purchased for?
What it appraised for.
Okay, so let's say if someone falls in love with $1 million property and buys it for $5 million, is it worth $1 million, or is it worth $5
Under the
million?
conditions you just said, the market value would be 1 million.
Market value would be $1 million.
All right, is that, if I understood what your
If I was to buy a
Somebody
property for $5 million.
Yes,
But market
because it
value,
had things that were unusual,
sure.
that the most of the market wouldn't pay for, then yes, we've
Let's say,
seen.
like Oprah's property, what did she pay, like $100 million for it or something?
Yes.
It might have been worth $5 million to a normal person, but she buys it for $35 million.
Absolutely.
It just
Absolutely.
isn't
Sale
it?
price is not an indicator of market value. That was my point on having to do 2 appraisals in this case rather than 1.
Okay. I've run out of questions.
Okay, any other questions from the board to the applicant? No. Okay, so let's go next to closing summaries. We'll start with the applicant and finish with the assessor. And Mr. Crow, did you have a question? No. Okay, go ahead. If there's anything else you'd like to summarize.
No, we feel in
If not-
summary that our client made a mistake in 2013 and overpaid for a property that should have been built by should have been purchased by an older builder or developer or a contractor for much less money. That would have been the ideal situation. He did what he could to fix the property by spending a little bit on the roof and that, but the property is still a nightmare. I don't think that you're factoring that in on your valuation. I don't think you're using comparables that are similar to us. And I would request respectfully that you address our concerns and lower our assessed value. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And any closing summary from the assessor?
Yes, thank you. First of all, a couple of items. Briefly on the first sale, March 1st, 2013. Simply, it was a Rural 2 sale. It indeed was an informed buyer. It indeed was an informed seller. They had professional representation in the form of a real estate broker. There's no lawsuit pending, anything about, we were taken, and that's what that is. On to 2014. The assessor's office comps are physically closer. We still made an adjustment of $50,000, which was consistent with the appraiser's $50,000 difference. And so we relied upon that, which we think is pretty sound. Because of that, comps are closer, they're reasonable, the adjustment was made. The specific difference on 210, the only comp we have in common is that Mr. Boone made an adjustment for gosh, I apologize, I'm an idiot. He made an adjustment for quality, and we did not make an adjustment for quality, but we did indeed make an adjustment for condition. If you add $50,000 to his comparable that he made for quality, it comes up to $820, and that's probably the only comp we have in common. I took my comps, I did admit, because they were on Bell Canyon, one, and two, they were physically closer in most part to their comps. And when we look at the price, sale prices, it's reasonable, probable. There was, when you look at Mr. Bone's appraisal 13 and 14, there was about 14% rise in value. There was about a 14% rise in value between our appraisal and the actual sales price that took place from the market. So we think we're actually very consistent with him. We just think the starting number indeed was different. We think there were reasonable comps available in both markets that he would have an alternative choice. And actually, the brother had an alternative choice of comps if he didn't want to buy that house in 2014. And in order to get an alternative house, would have had to pay about $820 for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the hearing to public testimony. To the board members, we can deliberate here, or we can do it in closed session if there is information that we need to go through and discuss. Any opinions on that? I'm happy either way.
I'd like to take a look at the appraisal a little bit more.
Okay. And Mr. Crowe, are you okay with that? Okay, so here's what we'll do. To the applicant, we'll probably go forward and hear the next two cases, and then we'll deliberate in closed session on this when we're done. I'm sure we'll have a decision today, and we would announce that, and there would be, you could check in with the clerk by tomorrow, or a minute order would also be sent out right away as well. Okay? Thanks for your time. Thanks to assessor's staff. So
Thank you.
we'll be deliberating in closed session on this item. Why don't we, I thought it might be more efficient to wait until after we hear what we have and then do it, yeah. Okay, let's go next to item 42 on the agenda, application 14-12261. Applicant is DJP3 LLC. Mr. Potente, and you're welcome to use that area or the podium in the middle. And we'll take 5 minutes. We'll just take a recess for 5 minutes and come back then. Okay, we're back in session. It's 10 after 11, and we're hearing item number 42, application 14-12261. Applicant DJP3 LLC. And from the application, it looks like we have a single-family owner-occupied residence. And we'll ask for a quick overview from the assessor, and then we'll determine how to move forward.
Well, I'll just, beforehand, I've also let the board know an exchange of information was initiated by the applicant's representative on December 11th, and the assessor responded on December 23rd. These are timely with the revenue and taxation codes for initiating and responding to a 1606. Both the agent's initial initiation as well as the assessor's initial response are included in the board's materials. There were subsequent exchanges that the clerk did not include, as we were not sure if they qualified as far as the rules go. So the board has just been given the initial initiation and initial response, and we've verified that they were initiated timely.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Porsche.
Chairman Stern, the clerk very helpfully provided a copy for reference purposes to the board of Revenue and Taxation Code 1606 and Property Tax Rule 323 and 305.1. I just want to inquire whether each of the parties, including the applicant, have a copy. Yes. And there was actually a portion of Property Tax Rule 305.1, which I think the board may need to keep in mind depending on how the hearing develops. I'm going to read that. It's found in A1C. It says, "The information exchange shall provide reasonable notice to the other party concerning the subject matter of the evidence or testimony to be presented at the hearing. There is no requirement that the details of the evidence or testimony to be introduced must be exchanged," end quote. And I don't know if there's going to be a dispute or not on that subject, but I just wanted to prime the board with that as well.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear an overview from the assessor, if we could.
Yeah, Kent Meyer, Ventura County Assessor's Office. This was a change of ownership on a property in Malibu, California. The date of the change of ownership was September 19th, 2014. The applicant paid $13,500,000 for the property. $500,000 of that was listed as personal property. We subtracted that from the sales price and enrolled a value of $13 million. We accepted the sales price. The applicant feels that he overpaid for the property, and therefore the burden of proof falls on them.
Okay. Thank you. So we will start with the applicant's presentation.
The assessor would like to take a look at that evidence prior to that going to the board so we can verify that there's no new evidence in there.
So do you want the notebooks held until you
Please.
direct, if you could collect them back from?
Yeah, that would be a good idea to resolve this right now then. And Mr. Meyer, it is, for full disclosure, Mr. Denham, it is included, so we can discuss that right now then. Yes, yeah.
We would like county council to see the exhibit also, specifically portion 8 of the exhibit.
Councilor, we might also need to look up the rules of objection. I think that exhibit has to be presented before it can be objected to. Don't have that handy.
Is there a particular portion of this that's in controversy or dispute that you want
Yes.
council to look
Yes.
at?
Tab 8 in this. It's a bank appraisal. Valuation date is February 2nd, 2015, which is approximately 5 months after the change of ownership. And if we turn to page 2, it's labeled number 2 at the very bottom, where we have several of the comparable properties. Where's my email? This page right here? Here's an email I sent to you. There's 2 of 6. Comparable number 2 was not included in the initial exchange of information by the attorney.
The page was omitted from the.
No, just comparable number 3. I'm sorry, comparable number 2 was not within the normal exchange of information that he provided, and therefore is not admissible at this time.
Ms. Porsche, should I give you a moment, or is it okay if we hear from the applicant related to that information?
I think it's fair to have the applicant address
I
the
think so,
issue,
too.
and then I'll weigh
Okay.
in, and then the board can decide.
Good. Mr. Potente, do you have any
I
information?
do, I definitely do. Thank you very much, and thank you to the board, and thank you to the county for giving us this opportunity this morning. This appraisal was conducted by City National Bank, as Mr. Meyer mentioned, in early 2015. Since we commenced dialogue with Mr. Denham and Mr. Meyer, which we've had great dialogue and productive dialogue, this appraisal has been requested several times. Unfortunately, the bank played major hardball with us to get a release on this. Our client ended up not doing a loan with City National Bank. I would say we've been asking for it since last September. In all of our correspondence and dialogue with the county, again, it's been very productive and cordial. We've repeatedly mentioned we don't have the ability, we don't even have the appraisal. In I believe Mr. Meyer's letter on December 23rd to our office, he said, again, please produce the appraisal, because we had previously produced the comps used by the appraisal. But we didn't have the appraisal. We didn't have the legal liability, or the legal ability to release the appraisal. We didn't get it until last week. The second we received it, we sent it to the county pursuant to the request set forth in Mr. Meyer's letter dated December 23rd to our office. Again, we were not sitting on it. We weren't sitting on this appraisal in bad faith. This was simply a product of our dialogue with the county. And to be honest, the issue never was the properties listed in the report. It was the report itself. We were simply trying to adhere to a request from the county. Once we were able to release the report pursuant to several requests that the county made on our office, we did so last week.
And there were also implications that the appraisal was done for financing purposes prior to the purchase. This was actually financing purposes after the purchase, not prior to. So we were working on that assumption based on our conversations. This is an after-the-fact appraisal.
I would, in some of our earlier correspondence, we did mention that this appraisal, the relationship with the bank, did not commence until after the purchase of the property.
Okay.
But again,
Let's hold on one second. If there's more information, we'll come back to you. So, Ms. Porsche, we're looking for,
I wanted to follow up on something Mr. Meyer said. You said you were not presented with information regarding comparable sale number 2 in this?
correct.
And to the applicant, you said even if, before you got the permission to share the appraisal from city, you did provide comparables. Did you provide information regarding comparable sale number 2 in connection with the exchange of information?
Which comp is that? I can look, we have
27777 Winding Way.
It does not look like, no, we did not provide a comp on the 277 Winding Way on that property, it appears like.
Now, may I continue with
Yes,
the
you may
rest of this?
continue.
Now, comparable number 3 on his list, he did include in the 1606 exchange, so that one comparable is admissible. The other 4 comparables that are in this report were also not on the 1606 exchange, and those 4 remaining comparables are more than 90 days after the original sale.
And we don't dispute that fact at all. Here's the issue with the appraisal and the comps. We use 2 databases independently at our firm. The comps just so happened to grab one of the same comps, which the appraisal used, and we handed over in the 1606. We didn't know all of the comps. No, it was our best estimate. That's why we submitted our comps to the county before the appraisal, but we couldn't receive confirmation until we actually received the report.
And under 1606, there's a certain amount of information that must be provided prior to the hearing, and no other evidence can be presented without the permission of the other party. So we are objecting to this admission.
Okay, let's, hold on, let's all stop right there for 1 second. Ms. Porsche, could you, in terms of the rule related to when and what we can consider and what we can't, could you help us with that? And then we'll hear
Sure.
any other specifics.
Find that, 321.
And I would at some point like to just highlight a pertinent language in Rule 3051 regarding related information and the
Okay.
submittal of related information.
Okay.
Before we started, I'd read this excerpt from 305.1 that had not been picked up by the clerk in the clerk's summary because I thought it could be potentially important. I think it is. I'm going to read it again. The information exchange shall provide reasonable notice to other party concerning the subject matter of the evidence or testimony to be presented at the hearing. There is no requirement that the details of the evidence or testimony to be introduced must be exchanged. I think this creates a situation where it's the board's call. If this is something, if the, in the bank's appraisal, comp number 3 was provided. So there's not a dispute over that. The applicant has said he did not provide comp number 2, and the remainder of the comps, according to the assessor, were also not provided in connection with exchange. Is that correct?
They were not provided, and they're more than 90 days after the date of sale.
And they're time barred.
Right.
So,
And I do not believe under 1606D that it's at the board's discretion.
the
Because it specifically
determination of
says-
what is a detail versus the subject matter of the evidence, that's the board's interpretation. But 16060 provides what the consequences are, so they should be reviewed in tandem. Point me to the section of 1606 that you are referring to.
1606D. Whenever information has been exchanged pursuant to this section, the parties may not introduce evidence on matters not so exchanged unless the other party consents to such introduction. However, at the hearing, each party may introduce new material relating to the information received from the other party. If a party introduces new material at the hearing, the other party, upon his or her request, shall be granted a continuance for a reasonable period of time. In other words, this is saying that if he has any rebuttal evidence regarding the evidence that we provided him, then we have the right to ask for a continuance to review that evidence. He
I would agree.
He does not have the right to introduce new evidence, i.e. new comparables.
Mr. Meyer, if you don't mind me seeking clarification, are you seeking to have the entire appraisal? I understand the issue regarding the comparable. Are you seeking to remove the entire appraisal from today's hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I would simply like to highlight Rule 3051C. Whenever information...
Can you wait for a minute
Yes,
while I
I'm so
catch up to
sorry.
you?
And I might add, before I dig into that rule right there, we were simply fulfilling several months-long request to obtain this appraisal.
Okay.
I couldn't release it. I didn't have it. I didn't have the legal ability. The bank refused. Try dealing with City National Bank when your client hasn't even utilized them for services. In your December 23rd letter, Mr. Meyer, you stated, please provide by January 4th. We worked like crazy over the Christmas holiday to get this appraisal, and we did meet your request by January 4th to provide you with this appraisal. We weren't sitting on it. Nothing was done in bad faith. We did everything we could do. We were simply following your demands and requests set forth in your December 23rd letter. And we'd spoken several times with you and Mr. Denham stating that, look, we don't have it. We're trying to get it. We're trying to get it. We're trying to get it. We finally do, and I'm somewhat surprised that
Okay,
all of that's for naught.
let's take a break right now. Let Ms. Porsche give us some information. We'll make sure that everyone's heard. Mr. Vlahakis, I know you have a comment to make, so we'll get to that in just 1 second, okay?
The appraisals more than the appraisal comps more than 90 days after have no bearing on the valuation at all. So the
Understood.
only two comps discussed in the appraisal that would have any bearing would be comps number 2 and number 3. The applicant has provided testimony that the applicant made their best effort to
obtain the appraisal and provided it at the soonest opportunity the applicant received it. I believe that with respect to comp number 3, which the applicant had already presented in the 1606 exchange, the board can receive the appraisal for that portion of comp number 3, because that's just further detail. The assessor received comp number 3 in the 1606 exchange. This is detail as how one appraiser reviewed and maybe made adjustments on that comp. I believe they can receive comp number 3, and the board can receive the appraisal for that limited purpose. With respect to comparable sale number 2, it's not the applicant's fault, but the applicant didn't present, the comp that provided in the appraisal, but it would be unfair to permit the applicant to go forward relying on comparable sale number 2. Now, the board can receive the appraisal, and it would be my limiting instruction to the board that the only portion of the appraisal they can consider are the details discussed with respect to comp number 3.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Vlahakis, do you have some information?
I don't think so. I was
Okay.
just trying to point out that it should be pretty simple. Either assessor's office stipulates to hear it, or they request a continuance.
Okay, thank you.
Just that there's 3051D that says if there was willful noncompliance, then the board can't take the evidence. But other than that,
I
should
could
be-
present email
Okay.
confirmation. There was
Okay.
not willful noncompliance.
Thank you. So let's go back to, I'd like to have a quick discussion with the board and with our legal counsel, and then we'll move forward. It sounds like, Ms. Porsche, you're advising that the board can hear whatever is being presented with some limitations on an appraisal, is that correct?
That they can only consider the discussion of comp number 3 and the appraisal obtained from City National Bank
Okay.
under tab 8 and nothing else.
Okay. And could you just clarify for me, the reason why the other comps cannot be considered?
Well, the comparable sale information more than 90 days out can't be considered under.
But that's not related to the 1606
No, that's not related to
exchange.
16.
That's-
It wouldn't be something the board could rely on
Okay.
in any event. So
So
really, the only.
let me just restate my question. We have, in any hearing, we have the 90-day rule that would make us discount information that's presented. So in terms of the exchange of information and the information that's in the applicant's exhibits, is for any other reason, is there anything that we can't consider?
It would be unfair to the assessor to give consideration to comparable sale number 2 discussed in the appraisal if the applicant hadn't earlier provided data regarding comparable sale number 2 independently to the assessor in the 1606 exchange.
Actually, if I could comment on that, it would not be unfair, it would be illegal without our consent.
Thank you.
And the assessor has indicated amply, the assessor does not consent to that.
So, in the appraisal, again, comp number 2 is something that the board cannot consider?
Yes, the board cannot
Okay.
consider the information related to the sale at 27777 Winding Way in Malibu.
And then related to the 90-day rule and what we normally can and can't, there's other information not related to the formal exchange, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I take it the assessor is also objecting because these were,
It actually is related to the formal exchange because we were not provided with that information either. But for hearing purposes, it also would not be considered anyway because it's more than 90 days after the sale.
Okay, thank you. So, how can we proceed? Can we receive all the information based on what was just discussed?
right, and, but you can receive the binder, but you're only to consider the information related to comparable sale number 3 that appears on page 2 of 8, and
Okay.
whatever else on other pages of the appraisal relate to that appraisal.
Good, understood, and we'll allow you to help remind us of that during the deliberation process as well. Are there any questions from the board right now? Comments?
My question would be, a property of this magnitude, why didn't you guys go out and hire another appraiser?
You know, we actually attempted to find, this area is a pretty unique area. We did attempt to go out and contact a couple of appraisers to have the property reappraised. Unfortunately, we are unable to find anyone within the specific time frame we were seeking the appraisal. That's why we did provide a rather exhaustive list of comparables that, once you do receive our binder, you will be able to review.
Any other questions from the board, comments? Okay, so let's move forward.
Before I hand out the exhibit, I want to make sure because we have to either consent to the certain evidence or the assessor requests continuance. So based on what council has determined, is the assessor consenting to consider that evidence today, based on what council ruled out? Or if not, are you requesting a continuance under 441, or 1606D? It has to be there, you consent or continue.
This is not rebuttal evidence. This was something that the
Right, but it says if
applicant-
anything new is introduced, then they either have to request a continuance or consent to it. So 1606D.
Let's just wait a moment, let Ms. Porsche make sure that we're on the same page.
Mr. Vlahakis, I let comparable sale 3 in the appraisal come in because I believed it to be a detail with respect to the evidence or testimony that the applicant had exchanged, since the applicant had provided comp number 3 beforehand. It's not coming in the nature of rebuttal evidence. If it were coming in the nature of rebuttal evidence, I would agree that the assessor would have the option to continue the hearing if you wanted to prepare a further, commentary to number 3.
If you could please turn to tab 3 of the agent's evidence. Sale number 3 is the one comparable that is allowable within the appraisal. And since it is already included in his evidence someplace else, I would recommend that tab 8, the entire bank appraisal, just be removed prior to giving it to the board.
I believe that the board can hear and review tab 8's rendition of comp number 3. There are various adjustments that the appraisal made that may or may not be shown in the applicant's own exhibit that are details. I believe the board's at least entitled to see page 2 of 6 of the Bartlett appraisal. And if the, we can X out the information on comp sales 1 and 2, but I believe they're entitled to see that.
Okay, let's move forward based on that.
Then, with your permission, Chairman Stern, what I will do is I will go through the binders and leave in page 2 of 6. And seeing if there's any other. Yeah, I'll leave in page 2 of 6 and remove the other pages of the appraisal that do not relate to the discussion of comparable sale number 3. I don't know if there's others. I'll have to look at the rest of the appraisal. But whatever relates to comparable sale number 3, we'll leave in, but we'll remove all the other pages. With your permission, if that's the way the board would like to go.
Any questions, comments from the board?
Or if the applicant is acceptable to that implementation.
And I think for the benefit of the applicant and the assessor, I would like this discussion included in the findings of fact, please.
Yes.
Understood. Okay, so no comments from the board, but before we move forward, any final information from the applicant related to this?
Just to seek some logistical confirmation, when are we going to be able to confirm, Ms. Portia, when you do, or which pages you are removing?
Well, maybe we should have a short recess, and then I will confer with both the
Okay.
applicant and assessor's representative regarding if there's any other page other than page 2 of 6, once
Okay.
I look at the appraisal.
Okay.
And then when we identify that, we can go back on the record and
Okay,
I can
thank
state.
you.
Okay, so let's plan on a recess for 5 minutes. Okay, we're back in session 10 minutes before 12, and we are hearing item 42, DJP3 LLC. I believe we have gone through the process of making sure everyone agrees on the information being submitted, and it's time for the applicant's presentation, unless there are any other statements. Ms. Porsche?
I'd just like to make a statement that I consulted with both the assessor and the applicant regarding the portions of the appraisal that related to comp number 3. And I have pulled out the pages that are unrelated to comp number 3, from, other than the cover page, from the appraisal in tab 8, and I've put arrows toward the information the board can consider, or circled it, so the board knows what to review.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Potente, whenever you're ready.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Again, I'd like to thank the board. I'd like to thank the clerk. I'd like to thank the County of Ventura. I've dealt with a lot of public entities. It's been a pleasure to work with the county. It's been very cordial and efficient, thankfully speaking. My client, Mr. Ron Heller, the owner of this LLC, single-member LLC, is from Texas, not to be confused with a large commercial developer based in Texas. That is not our client. Our client's a small business owner based in San Antonio, Texas. I bring that up because if you were to Google that name, there's a huge developer, been in business for 30 years. That is not our client. As we just discussed, our client purchased this property back in September of 2014. It was done for largely personal reasons. He does have a family connection to LA. His wife is from LA. She wanted to be able to be closer to her family, being from LA. And this was a personal decision. It was, in fact, I would categorize it almost as a spur-of-the-moment purchase. No appraisal was done. He thankfully had, at the moment, or at that time, an influx of liquidity which allowed him to pay cash for the property, though he did need to obtain a loan on the property shortly thereafter. He couldn't part with that cash permanently. So, again, this was not the normal purchase process. Again, yes, it's a lot of money, but it wasn't until our client commenced the banking relationship with City National Bank. That's the subject appraisal, of course, that we just discussed in February of 2015, so early last year. It wasn't until then did he, A, obtain insurance for the property, and B, did the bank conduct the subject appraisal that we were just speaking about. Just to give you a little background on the property, and by the way, we tried to truncate and organize everything that had been exchanged under the 1606 provisions with the county. If you look at, I'll be citing several comparables, and if you look at it would be the tab 1, which is the compiled comparables exchanged, and that's between the county and our office, just to make it simple for you to review. I know it can be quite annoying reviewing over 100 different comparables here, but again, this sheet, exhibit number 1, is just a compiled list of the comparables submitted both by the county and by our law firm on behalf of our client. But to give you some background, again, this property is Marisol, which is in the gated community in Malibu. It's about 17 lots situated on the westernmost bluffs of Malibu. Most properties have ocean frontage ranges anywhere from 130 to 210 feet. Our client, I believe, is about 130 feet. The subject property has 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bath, and has, again, as I just mentioned, 130 feet of ocean frontage. It was originally listed in 2013 by the developer for $15,900,000. It was increased in June of 2013 to $16,900,000. Subsequently, it was reduced again in November 2013. As everyone has noted, our client purchased that property for $13 million in September 2014. It was on the market for approximately 569 days. As our comparables in that exact neighborhood and on that exact street, property does not seem to move fast in that neighborhood, and we will outline a couple of those properties shortly. As I just mentioned, it was after the client purchased the property did he commence dialogue with a bank. While this was an all-cash purchase, he at some point was going to have to get a loan on the property. Again, going back to the initial acquisition, it was personally driven, not financially driven, personal reasons, family reasons that I can't get into. But after he commenced the loan underwriting process, he also had to get insurance as well, too. And I'll talk about the insurance policy, which we have included as an exhibit as well, too. After our firm was retained, we weren't part of the initial transaction. We were brought on board, I believe, in February or March of 2015. And we immediately, after our client received the supplemental notice from the county, we commenced work with Mr. Denham and Mr. Meyer and filed the appeal. And the basis of our analysis was, again, providing comps. We used two different databases at our office to provide comps. We use a database provided by First American Title, as well as a DataQuick, nationally recognized databases to provide or to pull properties. We pulled almost 40 different comps. We didn't provide them all. We were simply trying to provide the properties that were most pertinent to our client's property. We were trying to do an oranges to oranges analysis here. A lot of the properties were sold more than the year before our subject property. We didn't, of course, submit any 90-day violations. And there were two. We actually X'd them out right away, items number 12 and 13 on here, because we initially did provide them to the county. I don't want anyone, including Mr. Meyer and Mr. Denham, to think that we're submitting those for review. We did put an X here. If you look here on the spreadsheet, one of our categories is violates 90-day rule, and there's one that the county submitted as well, too, that violates the 90-day rule as well, too. But again, so we initially pulled all the properties. It was our attempt to truncate everything. So what we did was we went into our database and searched for comps within a 10-mile radius of our client's property. We specifically put that in there. And we wanted to find properties that reflected the same size, new construction, and view. And again, we didn't want to list any properties that were sold within a year of our client's acquisition of his property. We identified 6 properties, and the most pertinent in our analysis were items number 1, 2, and 3, again, on Exhibit 1 in the spreadsheet. And again, all of these properties, they're situated on at least 1 acre of land. They're all in Malibu or the general Malibu area. They all have ocean views. They have similar square footage of living area. Sales 1 and 3 are also Mediterranean-style properties. We included a picture of our client's property. It's also Mediterranean. Sales 2 is a Tudor property. Again, all of these sales sold within 6 months from when our client's property, within the subject acquisition of our client's subject property. Despite the similarities between these properties, our client's property was acquired at an average per square foot amount of $1,881. Properties used, items number 1, 2, 3 in the exhibit sold for a respective value of $657 per square foot, $894, and $1,155 per square foot. Again, we were simply trying to find properties that that reflected our client's property in size, view, and new construction type as well, too. Sales numbers 4, 5, and 6 that we also included here, we didn't place as much of an emphasis on them. They're newer properties, but they're not the Malibu zip code. They're simply presented to show lack of similar comparables on the coastline. And again, as you know, it is very difficult finding similar comparables on the coastline. Now, number 7 on the spreadsheet, this is, again, not a sales comp. This is an existing listing. Listing number 7, it's located on the same street as the subject property. It has a larger garage space, more ocean frontage, 140 feet as opposed to 130 feet. It was listed for sale last year, October 1st, 2014, for a price of $9,995,000. That has since been reduced to $9,450,000. Again, this isn't a sales comp. It's simply a listing reflected, or with an intent to reflect the market value of these properties in this exact neighborhood. The property has been listed for over 400 and I believe approximately 50 days. Again, a few doors down from our client. Moving on, again, the other approach is to take a look at the cost approach. And our client was able to obtain, actually, let me back up. If our client if he was forced to replace this property, originally he sought insurance coverage for $6 million. The company came back and said, no, this property can be rebuilt for approximately $450 per square foot, which would come out to about $3.1 million. When you look at replacement cost, you look at other similarly placed vacant lots, again, within the same development. Items number 8 through 11 on the sheet in Exhibit 1 show an average listed price, or sale price, excuse me, of $5,042,958. Because our subject property is approximately 1 acre, and it includes the same amount of ocean frontage, we could argue that to replace that same vacant lot, it would be approximately $5 million, which would, when you look at the replacement cost to rebuild the residence and replace the land cost itself too, you're talking about $8 to $8.5 million. And again, those properties are items number 8 through 11 on the comp Exhibit 1. Now, again, I've had the opportunity to speak on the phone several times, or my staff has done so as well with both Mr. Denham and Mr. Meyer. Productive conversations, productive dialogue, and they've been gracious to exchange their comps as well too. And they were very thorough in the amount of comps they provided. But I would like to note that for the most part, if you look at items 19 through 37, the property submitted is comparables by the county. We can distinguish many of these properties from our client's property. 12, and again, I go back to what my office attempted to do was provide comps within 10 miles of our client's property. Try to provide comps within the same neighborhood. The county has provided comps. For instance, we have 12 properties that are not listed in the Malibu zip code. 8 properties are located over 25 miles in areas such as Pacific Palisades and Palos Verdes Peninsula. 4 properties are within Thousand Oaks. Our comps pulled the same types of properties. We didn't include it because we didn't feel that it was an oranges to oranges assessment. Several of these properties included, and I go back to our comps, we want to do similar lot sizes, similar construction. Several of the properties that the county provided are very large residences. Some of them are 50% to double the size of our properties' size and square footage. Several of the properties are very large lots. Some of them are 20 to 60 acres in size, compared to the subject property's approximate 1 acre. Again, our intent was to provide similar comparables. A number of the properties don't have ocean views. I especially take note with 2 of the properties actually commercial equestrian facilities with multiple outbuildings and ancillary buildings that you can't compare a commercial equestrian facility to my client's 1 acre lot. Several of these properties also include guest houses. Our client does not have a guest house. All of these we have distinguished in this spreadsheet here. I apologize for the very small font. I made my office stay extremely late on a Sunday night, making sure that font was as large as possible and trying to make it as efficient as possible as well, too. Further, of the 14 properties submitted by the county, only 2 are located in Malibu, and I have to distinguish. One of them is the famous John Lautner Garwood residence. The home is a celebrity in itself. As you know, any Lautner property is going to go for well above market value, whether it's here in Ventura County, Los Angeles County, Palm Springs. As you know, Lautner was a very well-known architect, and in fact, that property it's owned by a Hollywood couple. It's the purchase price is the 3rd most ever paid per square foot for a Lautner designed home. So again, I would distinguish that property from our client's property in that regard as well too. That was
21.
The Lautner sale,
Is it 21?
I believe it's 21 million, yeah.
No,
No, 21. Let's see.
number 21.
Oh, yeah, Gray Fox, 28815 Gray Fox. And some of these comps, too, some of the comps that we utilized, we have a property that's listed for 9.95 million. I can't quickly, it's on the spreadsheet. Well, for instance, item number one, property number one, 6275 Zumirez Drive. Lot size is 1.94. That's double the size of our client's property. And again, we simply were trying to zero in on our client's property as much as possible. And again, I go back to the initial purchase. I know the question. We got a lot of sympathy for a guy that just spent $13 million on a house. However, what he paid, he was an uneducated buyer. He bought it on, it was a very quick transaction from what I understood. I was not part of it. Again, for certain family reasons, he needed to close on the property. And it wasn't until afterwards, when he commenced dialogue with a bank, was able to obtain insurance, did he realize he couldn't even obtain a policy that would fully cover the purchase price of this property.
Is that all the info you have? Okay, great. Let's go now to questions from the assessor to the applicant.
Was the property was listed for sale with a broker, is that correct?
It's my understanding, Mr. Denham, it was listed for sale with the developer.
Through a broker, though?
They have their own brokerage.
Through the developer's brokerage, yes.
Yes, okay. And then, did your client have a broker?
I believe that there was one broker involved, yes.
Okay. So it was on the open market, correct?
Yes.
And he negotiated a sale price less than the full asking price, is that correct?
You know, it's my understanding, and again, I was not part of the original transaction. We attempted to reach out to certain parties that did not want to talk to another lawyer. But it's my understanding that the developer lowered, that was the purchase price. That was the listed, at that time on that date, the $13 million amount.
Okay. And did he also negotiate to buy the furniture in the property?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So he negotiated for the property?
Again, it was an acquisition that took place over a very, very, very short period of time. He didn't utilize any appraiser, didn't obtain insurance, didn't go through a bank. I think things would have been much, much, much different had it gone its normal course. Had the
I'll
transaction
take that
proceeded.
as a yes, thank you.
Now, this is actually his vacation home, or it's not his primary residence, is that correct?
Well, it's not his primary residence, but he has, like I mentioned, it's a second marriage. His wife is from LA. They do have children together. For certain personal family reasons, they elected to purchase property in California.
On your Exhibit 1, comparable number 7,
Yes,
that's on the same street as the subject, and you mentioned that it's currently listed for almost $10 million.
based on the last time we pulled these numbers.
Are you
yes.
aware that even though it's on the same street, that it's not the same developer?
Not aware of that.
This particular property, it was sold as vacant land. If you take a look at, where is it? Comp number 9. That's when it sold as a vacant land property.
Okay.
And it was purchased by another developer who built this house himself. So it's not of the same quality necessarily as the subject property.
And I can't, I'm not an expert on
But
that.
it's not built to
developer.
the same developer standards.
Do you have any basis for that?
I spoke with the developer's attorney last week.
Okay.
Let's stick with questions right now on the
Yeah,
applicant.
Well, the question was, is he aware of it?
That same comparable, are you aware that it was not listed till October of 2014, so it was not available to your client at the time he purchased. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
That the listing on the MLS, it did not come on until October of 2014.
Well, I mean, if that's what the MLS reflects, that's what it reflects. I'm not stating otherwise.
Thank you.
Mr. Denham, could you clarify what you were just talking about? What item on?
Yeah, the listing that he refers to at $9 million,
Which
is
where-
item number, which item number is that,
Thank
Ken?
you.
I'm sorry.
7.
9 or 7, I don't want to miss
7, thank you. Got it.
7. Item number
Got it.
7 was not available.
Understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the assessor?
Yes, one last question. You mentioned how long these properties were on the market. Typically, how long does it take to market a $10+ million home?
I don't dispute that fact. These are expensive homes. So, you know, I
So
will
it's
say
not-
though, that an overpriced property will sit on the market a lot longer. Malibu and the surrounding areas and the coastal communities are highly, highly desirable properties, especially here in Southern California. We attract a lot of foreign investment, folks that will spend that money in a second. I'm simply saying it's one factor, one characteristic of a property that may be overpriced.
But is it also typical for these priced homes to stay on the market for more than a year?
I'd say that if you look at the inventory, that's why it's hard to find oftentimes comparables. The inventory is quite low in Malibu, any coastal community. The inventory is quite low. So yes, the target demographic is not very common. It's the upper echelon of an economic tax bracket. However, that does not mean that these properties, the inventory is very, very, very low.
No further questions.
Okay, let's go now to questions from the board to the applicant.
I notice on your spreadsheet, you didn't make any adjustments for difference in bedrooms and bathrooms and living area.
Well, for the properties that we utilized, we tried to find properties that were similar in terms of size, in terms of view, in terms of bathrooms, bedrooms. So our client's property is a 5-bedroom, 5.5 bath, 1 acre ocean view lot. So we tried to utilize properties that were of similar size. And again, that's why we heavily truncated our 40 property initial comp lists to only include properties that are very similar to our clients, to make it easier on the county, to hopefully further along productive dialogue, and to make it easy on the board, for the board.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
You said that your client got a private money loan,
Yes.
and was there an appraisal done?
No. That was he got the loan from his sister. It's all public record.
When was the last sale on the subject street before this date?
Well, let's see.
Of a home, of a house?
Yeah, of a house. That's why I'm looking. You said before the client's purchase, correct? Or the most recent sale?
Yes. Well, the most recent one before your client purchased.
Well, we tried to pull everything within a year prior. I would say
Why did you only go back 1 year? I'm just curious.
well, typically, it's our experience to focus that those are the best sales in terms of providing strong comparables to determine a correct or a price somewhat in line with the current fair market value of our client's property. As you know, Southern California has wild swings in terms of property values. Going back to 2008, 2009, 2010. I mean, that's why it was our position to try to simply look at a 1-year look back on the property.
Sure, I understand, but let's say if there was a sale a year and a half back and it was at 20 million or 4 million, or you could kind of garner some kind of thing by just figuring out how much Malibu has gone up or down in the last
Sure.
year and a half.
Well,
So you don't.
I can tell you that it's based on our research. within this specific development, which is, as the county can attest, and as I can attest, it's hard to find comparables. It was a very, very new development. It's my understanding that only a couple properties have sold, and I don't think the development's much older than a year to 18 months, or at least at the time that Mr. Heller purchased the property.
Mr. Curtis, to answer your question, it would be June 12th, 2013, and it's item number 31 in his Exhibit 1.
Okay. And lastly, so we have at $16 million then?
That's correct.
Oh,
Yeah, and actually, thank you, Mr. Meyer, for bringing that property up, because that property, it was purchased, it was listed then once again, now it's being rented out. It's been listed several times since it's been acquired. We're not appraisers here, but frankly, the factual background of that property is very similar to another property that was potentially way overpaid for.
thank you. And then with respect to, let's see, the square footage on that one is how much?
6,555.
It was a model match to the subject.
Okay. So are you aware of any building restrictions with respect to the zoning for the track? In other words, I would expect larger homes. But do you know?
I'm not personally or professionally aware of any zoning restrictions, no.
Okay. And lastly, with respect to the track itself, is our lot like kind of better than any other lot? I mean, they're all pretty much, you do have, frontage is different, but as far as topography, I think, I've been on the street, I think the topography on some are higher than others.
Yeah, so if you look at the frontage on the subject property, there's an upper level, and then it's kind of tiered, goes down a bit. So the total frontage, you've got, as I mentioned, 130 square feet in front of the property, in front of the ocean view. And I know Mr. Denham's visited the property as well, too, where you've got the pool, and then you have the topography goes down a little bit, and there's a what you call it, a terraced area of sorts. And that's in the backyard.
And to answer that question, I took a look at the elevations. The subject is at the summit of this road.
At the summit, okay. And again.
And right next to other properties, I would add,
But it is at the highest elevation of the homes on that side of the street, of the lots on that side of the street, within the same development.
Would you, Mr. Meyer, what is that elevation compared to the other homes?
I don't remember exactly what the feet were, but we have an elevation tool
Sure.
through pictometry, and I was clicking on them, and the subject was at the highest elevation of all of them.
And the only
It was
reason I bring it
approximately
up-
200 feet, I believe. or
I'm not trying to- and I'm not-
120, 130 feet, I can't remember.
I'm not trying to be nitpicky. That's not me. I'm just trying to say, to the naked eye, I've been to the property, it would be difficult to spot that house as being at the highest point, but again, I'm not a professional elevation taker.
So just to be clear, our lot is number 8? Is that correct?
Yes, lot 8.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, any other questions from the board, to the applicant?
Can I ask
Okay.
a question?
Yes.
You mentioned that the assessor used comparables from Pacific Palisades. Are you aware of any market evidence that Pacific Palisade properties are the same, higher, lower, or?
No, I simply just wanted to indicate that the comparables we utilized were much closer to the property.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So we'll go next to the assessor's presentation. In terms of time, lunch break, things like that, let me just confer real quickly with the board. I'm fine with continuing going or to hear this presentation, or we could take a break. Any opinions either way?
It's up to you, Chairman Stern.
I don't want to. Okay, why don't we go ahead? 1:30. Thanks.
Is the board expecting to take a lunch after this case?
Yeah, it could be before the end of it. Depends on how long we take.
It's going to be a 3-hour lunch, too.
Yeah. So I agree, Mr. Vlahakis, thank you. I would say that for Mr. Schrader, your hearing will come up after the lunch break, I'm sure. So I would say that you're safe unless you want to stay to till 1:30 at least. Okay. Okay, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Rick Denham, Ventura County Assessor. We're going to do this backwards, so I want you to go to the very back page.
Why not?
Yeah, looks like this, kind of an innocuous, not very good-looking page. I've done a lot of what you would call high property sales in Ventura County because of my now senility or seniority, depending on how you want to look at it, in residential. I stopped at $8 million, and I went from January 1st, 2013, to December 17th, 2014. That's the 90-day rule. That's why I picked that upper date. So almost 2 years. And in Ventura County, just at $8 million, there were only 6 sales. That's a sale every 2,620 homes. So when you appraise or engage in appraising more expensive homes, as Mr. Curtis alluded to, you do have to maybe go more than a year. You certainly aren't going to find 3 comps within 6 months on the subject street. If you'll notice, on the 2 of these comps are both on a lease street, the subject property and what's going to be my comp number 1. So if you notice, in all of Ventura County, this is connected to Malibu. This also creates another problem because it's connected to Malibu. Malibu, if you've ever looked at a map and you've looked at the country of Chile, it's this big, long, skinny country that sits along South America. That's what Malibu is. Malibu's 27 miles between Malibu, Pacific Palisades, various areas, and that's where you're going to get your comparable sales. Malibu, about half the homes in Malibu, believe it or not, are interior. He correctly pointed out the 4 other comps that are above $8 million. If you'll notice, they're not even in Lake Sherwood. They're better than Lake Sherwood, which is a strange statement to make. They're on White Stallion, Potero, Hidden Valley, Potero, which is all kind of the same area. And those indeed, he was referring to our ranch properties. I did not compare those properties to the subject, but I had to submit them to show you how rare a $13 million sale is going to be. And therefore, that dictated how I might look at the comps. It also dictates how rare that buyer is, how sophisticated. And no, we are not talking about the 1%ers. I think that fraction down there, I don't know how to read it, but it's, how do you read that 308? What? 0.000381%. That's who can afford the house. And that's well under 1%. So anyway. And then when you look at the actual price of $13 million, it's about 1 in every 5,000 houses in Ventura County sell for that at that current ratio and at that time. So that's how we sort of account for that kind of thing. Now go to the front, the traditional front, and here's the page I'm on with the pictures. Okay. My first comp is indeed on the subject street. It did sell back in June 12th, 2013. It sold for $16 million. It's basically the similar house to us. There is a slight square footage difference. It's slightly smaller, but I wouldn't really consider it, any different. And it was closed. The seller, of course, could have been aware of it, probably was aware of it because they would have talked about it. It is a few doors down from the subject. and I believe potentially shows why they went in the direction of $13 million. I do apologize, the sales price shows up at $13.5, but it is minus the furniture there, and we couldn't get that out of the system, so just for clarification. The next group of comps that I used were all from along the coast. Really, I consider comp 1 and 2 the best, and I'm going to tell you why. Comps 1 and 2 have similar square footages. They have almost the exact same view. They have similar enough lot sizes. Comp 2 is a little inferior. Comp number 2 is located exactly on Pacific Coast, abutting Pacific Coast Highway, like our comp is. They're exactly the same place, the same, it was like I found a model match 25 miles away. And that's why I basically like comp 1 and 2. And they're whitewater close view. I'm not talking about you can see it through a telescope, but they're whitewater close view, and I'll show you some pictures of the subject in a minute, are extremely similar. So really, I'll be honest with you, the fact that I found 2 really good comps is terrific, considering how rarely these properties sell. Comp number 3 is also a similar property. Frankly, it's located a little further back from the beach. It does not have the same kind of ocean view, which it's also an older home, and was kind of out there, and truthfully. Gray Fox is interesting. Gray Fox is in the same area where the other side got all their comps. It's a portion of Malibu. I think it's more reflective of being like ours, and in fact, that there is a comp there like ours, indicates value, so to speak. The other 2 are also from the Pacific Palisades. They're bigger homes with lesser views. There's a compromise between the view and the size, and that's why they're comps 4 and 5. They deserve to be. But keep in mind the Chile effect. You're going to find your comps along the coast. They're not going to be 1 mile back, which is why neither of us use comps from like Lake Sherwood or the horse properties that the other side mentioned. These are all influenced. By and large, comps 4 and 5 are similar to their comp on, I only remember the street at Zoomies Drive. They're kind of about a half mile to a mile off the coast. They're reflective of that. But obviously, I think comp number 1 is the best comp, period, available, mine, his, or anybody's, because it was really a similar home. It had that kind of price, the kind of pricing. It already occurred when our client was interested in buying our property. That information was readily available to any buyer at that time. The next is a series of pictures of the subject property that we have, various ins and outs. We tried to cover everything. This is a fabulous home. I mean, I've gone through all the way up to a $48 million home. I'm happy. This thing was unbelievable, and it does everything you might think. You push a button and the window's open and on it, and everything's well done. Everything's well appointed. It looks like a model home. I just casually, they let me in, and they were, by the way, very gracious. Just to show you one thing, like this particular picture, if you could, I unfortunately don't have a number. That's the wet bar. That's not the kitchen, so don't get confused. It looks like a small kitchen, but it really is large. If you look at the wine rack, the wine room, the wine closet, I mean, it's phenomenal. The actual kitchen, everything is she perfect, as you might expect. This view is, I believe, but it really has double masters, so take your pick. But this is from one of the master bedrooms, and you're actually inside the bedroom with that picture. That's not a picture from the outside transposed in, and so that's there. And then I just had, like I said, different casual pictures of inside the house, various rooms. Most are self-explanatory. If you have a question, I'd certainly add it. Here's the other, what I call master bedroom, and that picture's taken inside sort of the off bedroom. And obviously views from everything, fireplace, bathroom, I mean, geez, what do you want? Perfectly appointed property, what you would expect. This is, we get into the view situation. We, of course, have a pool and a spa. That's what you're looking at. That's your, you know, if you're swimming and you got your head up. And then you see the terrace garden below. This is just a plain shot. You know, how much ocean do you have? There's actually a ship out there I caught. I don't know if I get in trouble for doing that. I hope I'm not a spy. I sort of like, you know, sort of looking down the coast, up the coast kind of views. From the backyard, exactly. More various bedroom pictures. The garage, which is also well appointed. You know, nice terrazzo, I think it's terrazzo, but a nice hard surface floor. Once again, this is inside the living room. You get to see the ocean, on and on and on. And so here's what I had. I had the comparables that I relied on the most was 1 and 2, and you might say, well, you're supposed to have 3 comps. I do, I have 6, but the ones I relied on the most was 1 and 2, because one was from the subject street, and the other one, honest to goodness, if I could see a model match that really reflected us, it was 15000 Corona Del Mar. It's in the exact distance, the same spot as we are. It's like although it's 25 miles away. Another feature, I asked the listing agent on the subject complex, and obviously did the subject house. I said, what attracts, you know, people to this part of Malibu? Why is it the way it is? And he said one thing that surprised me, because I study markets. He said private airports. He said you'll notice similar sales because what? Palisades has Santa Monica Airport, and we have Camarillo Airport. I know we kind of take it for granted, and no one ever talks about flying in, but if you're in the world of private planes, there's a big company called SunJets that's based there, and they do a lot of business. And these are the people, they think about these things. This is one thing you do have to get yourself, I was reading an article by a big high-end developer. He says, you got to think like people are going to buy your product. And one of the important reasons that this development commands and has had a $16 million sale and now a $13 million sale is because of its access to Camarillo Airport. It's almost 100% open, unlike other parts of Malibu. Coming north, sometimes you can't get through, traffic accident, whatever. And a lot less traffic going north to south, as we all know, and so do they. So that sort of drove me, that hint sort of drove me. And when I followed that hint, oddly enough, the prices materialized around the same price that the subject was. And that's how I came to my conclusion. I believe I gave it a great deal of thought. They were very gracious in letting me see the subject property, and just side note, I really enjoyed that. It's a beautiful property. It looked to me, because of comp number 1, there'd already been a sale of $16 million, so I'm not shining a light that wasn't there. This one looks like it was purchased a little less than that. Maybe better negotiator, or worse the other way. That's on the subject street. I found the one on Corona Del Mar. The 3 and 4 are, I would call them not bad comps, kind of reflective of what this kind of buyer would expect. Comp number 4, the geography's a little hard on the private plane people, because then you got to go another 9 or 10 miles, and it's more traffic. So they prefer, a lot of them are from Texas or coming from somewhere. They come out here. They got time is a premium to somebody like that. And they want to get there and hit the house, and that's it. And if you want to know the geography, it's next to Neptune's Net. So if you know where Neptune's Net is, this whole subdivision is connected to it. And I know I've had a bowl of chili there, but that's probably the best geographic. I know Malibu's real long, and I'm like, where is it?
I think we all know where it is.
Yeah, thanks. So anyway, that's why we did it, and thank you for your time and your patience.
And I'd like to point out something else also before we end this. If we go back to the last page and then count forward toward the front, another 8 pages, you come across this photo that at the top says 5 of 23. That is actually the interior of comp number 1, which is near model match. The page after that is comp 2,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
and 3, 4, and 5 respectively. The aerial photo of the city, that is the best we could do for comp 6.
Okay. Any other information you'd like to present? Okay, let's go next to questions from the applicant to the assessor.
Thank you, Mr. Denham, Mr. Meyer. I just have one question for Mr. Denham. In your assessment, your appraisal of the subject property, is there any particular reason why in your comparables you did not utilize items 1, 2, and 3 in our comps? Which, from Exhibit 1, the nearby properties?
Hang on a sec, let me look at it.
You may not have a specific reason, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, items 1, 2, and 3? Well, all of the views are inferior. Also, I think the one on Zoomies is actually about a half mile to a mile off. It's up there on Zoomies. It's not to the right, it's to the left, meaning it's not on the beach side, it's on the other side, pretty distant on the beach side. So probably I would eliminate it. I think I might have it mixed up, but Cliffside's also next to a very busy park, among other things. Doom just didn't seem to have the view at all. And frankly, I found, when I was looking for comps, it's a matter of yes, no. Does something like this exist there? And one of my comps on Gray Fox is a $12 million comp from that area, and there were other even more expensive comps in that area. And there is a difference that the marketplace places on these values. That's why there's a house down the street from us that's $16 million. I don't think that's an accident. I think that's what the buying public says. This is why it's worth it. When I went in it, I was overwhelmed by it. I'd admit it, and I go, "Gee, I get it." But it wasn't that I was ignoring yours. I drove yours. I personally just didn't find them as comparable, especially to my Comp 1 and Comp 2. I didn't even find them remotely, comparable. Thanks.
And I'd like to expand on that answer a little bit. Under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 110, there's a presumption that the sales price paid is fair market value. Because of that, we're not even required to do any appraisal whatsoever. When you file your appeal, we saw your information. We realized that you're looking for a preponderance of evidence that the value is outside of the range by more than 5%. What we look for are the comparables that will actually show that the range is much larger than what your comparables would show, and that the sales price actually does fall within that range and not outside of it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the applicant? Okay, let's go to questions from the board to the assessor.
Mr. Denham, is it your experience that LA properties are a little higher than Ventura County, or are they?
There's 2 exceptions: Westlake Village on the water and Malibu. And that's why we have special circumstances that we use all the time. I happen to be able to do those special circumstances primarily because I have access to listings at both ends of our county. And so I kind of review and do all of these kinds of situations. And in the case of Malibu, the fact that I found one in Ventura County was amazing to me. but they are similar. You can see by the prices up and down in this case, in this class of home. I haven't found a particular pattern either way. When I did lakefront in the Westlake, same thing. You know, sometimes there'll be a $4 million lakefront and it'll be in Ventura County. The next time it's in LA County. It just depends on the house and all the other ambiance. At this level, you have a buyer that's very, very portable. He's got a lot of choices, and you know, they're going to have choices that I understand why they did that one. I mean, when you throw in the private airport access, almost like a beautiful home. That's what they do.
There was a period of time where Ventura County actually did have the largest median price for a home of any other county in the state, but for the most part, LA typically does sell for more than Ventura County.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board to the assessor?
A quick question. Oh, regarding comparable number, how far did you say the subject is from comparable one? 25 miles? I'm sorry, comparable number 2?
Yeah, about 25 miles. That's correct.
How far is the subject from Santa Monica Airport?
Actual Santa Monica Airport, I'm not sure.
How far is the subject from Camarillo Airport?
My best guess is, I did run that. They ran it as 30 minutes. I'm guessing it's about 25 miles, something like that.
25 miles?
Maybe 20. I'm not 100%.
How far above the ocean is the subject, would you say, in feet?
You know, he did,
90 to 100.
a little
At
higher than
most.
that. Yeah, probably like 120, 100 feet, something like that.
And with respect to comparable to the one on Corona Del Mar,
About the same.
about the same?
Yeah, that's what I was just blown away.
But isn't Corona Del Mar way up on the hill, on a slope?
Yeah, but it comes up and down. It does. It's a little more hilly there than it is. Ours is we are at the point of the summit, as Mr. Meyer stated, but we're not. There's not very much difference between the summit where we are and maybe a house, at the bottom of our street. Whereas Corona Del Mar is more hilly. You're absolutely right.
So would you say if we're at the summit on our track, would you say it's one of the better lots or no?
It's they're all so good. I mean, we're slightly better if you had to, I kind of agree with the other side. From the naked eye, it's pretty similar, but our actual lot is indeed on the summit, and that's from actual measuring.
What are these 15, 16, and 17? Are these actual homes or across the street?
Those are lots.
For sale?
Yes, sir.
For homes, right?
Yes. It's totally residential.
Also, comparable number 2, isn't that on a street with a lot of slippage and erosion and homes falling down?
When I spoke to the agents, they didn't speak of it. Being in LA County, I do have to rely on more conventional means as opposed to the appraiser's office. But what they shared with me is it was a kind of normal, conventional sale.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Crowe, do you have any questions? I have. Okay. Let's go next then to closing summaries, and we will start with, I believe, the assessor and end with the applicant.
The Ventura County Assessor would just like to point out that this is a Rule 2 sale that was negotiated at arm's length between knowledgeable buyers and sellers. We accepted the purchase price as fair market value pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 110. There's a wide range of values within this area, and there's no preponderance of evidence that the applicant paid anything other than fair market value.
Okay, thank you. And any summary from the applicant?
Again, I just want to thank everyone, thank the board, thank the county, thank the clerk. While, again, there's nothing precluding the county or from Mr. Denham utilizing properties in Pacific Palisades or properties that are 20 to 30 miles away, I would again argue that the comparables that we provided are all located within Malibu, all located within 10 miles of our subject property. And I would beg to differ. I think Pacific Palisades and Corona Del Mar attracts a different market and possibly, as a result, is going to affect the fair market value of those properties. This property is, yes, it may be close to a private airport, but you're making the wild assumption that everyone in this neighborhood utilizes, or even my particular client utilizes a private airport. I don't think that is relevant with regards to the argument of this particular property. Again, I can simply zero in on our comparables that we provided. They're similar in style, size. One of these properties has 2 acres, and it's listed for sale at the same price, or sorry, not listed for sale, it has been sold at a price that is far, far, far less than our client's property. Now, we can all argue that my client's part of the top whatever percentile, but that's immaterial. Someone's economic situation is not material to what they should be taxed at. Just because someone can afford something does not reflect the fair market value of that property. So again, in conclusion, I would focus on items, properties 1 through 3 in Exhibit 1 that we felt were very pertinent. Again, in addition, you have properties that are across the street, vacant properties for sale. The vacant lots reflecting the same size as our clients for approximately $5 million. And in conclusion, the property that's for street down the sale, which Mr. Meyer brought up, was built by a different developer. I respect that. I respect that reality. I don't know many shoddy developers in this area, in the Malibu area. I would, at the risk of making an outrageous assumption, I would assume that property is a well-built structure. It's of similar size, it's of similar view, and it's being listed for $9.45 million, and it has been on the market for well over a year. And again, very close to the airport in Camarillo, I must add. Again, thank you. I appreciate your time and effort today.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the hearing of public testimony. I might recommend that we deliberate in closed session with this and the prior hearing, and also that we take a break for lunch until either 1:30 or 1:45, depending on whatever anyone else.
1:30.
And so hearing no comments other than 1:30, I'll agree with 1:30, sold? 1:30. Is everyone? Okay, we're back in session. It is 1:33, and the board deliberated on agenda items 42 and 43 in closed session, and I believe we're prepared to announce decisions on both of those. And so we'll start with item number 43. No, pardon me. Item 43, application 14-12262. Applicant is Adrian Davuti. Okay, so I'm happy to entertain a motion or any discussion.
We've gone over the case in closed session, and my recommendation is to sustain the assessor's office recommended value, the enrolled value of $820,000.
Is that Mr. Vlahakis? Is that the other one?
That sounds like the right number.
And this was for item 43? Okay. Thanks.
820 is the correct number.
Okay. sorry.
Sure.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so moved by Mr. Curtis and seconded by Mr. Crow. And let me know when you're ready. Okay, and motion carries. Also, we deliberated in closed session on agenda item number 42, application 14-12261. Applicant is DJP3 LLC. This is for the property in Malibu. And I believe we're also ready to announce a decision on that.
We reviewed the information, and we don't believe the applicant overcome the burden of proof that the sales price was not the correct value to enroll. So, motion to approve the assessor's valuation of $15 million on his property.
And I'll second that.
Okay, and as a clarification, I know that the 13 million was without that was for the real property and not the 500,000 in personal property, is that? Okay. Oh, hi, Mr. Moore. Okay. Okay, and so moved by Mr. Crow and seconded by Mr. Curtis, and motion carries. Okay, we will be.
45?
Pardon me?
You want to go to number 45 now?
I think we'll probably, just in the event that, not knowing how long this will take, this might be a good time for us to switch personnel, and I will have to leave the hearing, and happy that Ms. Ferris is here. Thank you for being here.
You want to do the steps first?
And so before we do that, why don't we take action on the stipulations and so we'll go to item 47 on the agenda, which includes stipulations in items 48 through 77. And I believe we received all of those ahead of time via email. And so happy to entertain a motion or any discussion related to the stipulations.
I reviewed the stipulations and motion to approve as presented by the assessor.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Crow, seconded by Mr. Curtis, and the motion carries. So I will just take 1 second to finish signing the stipulations. Ms. Porsche, did you have a
I
comment?
believe the clerk was asking if the board could approve the findings of fact that had previously been issued, actually, to receive and file.
I'm sorry.
That
you're-
would be agenda item 45.
Thank you, thank you. So item 45, which is related to, I believe, item 46, application 14-11468. Applicant is Tatiana, Shtyrkova. And we've all received those. Actually, this was related to a case, I believe, that I did not hear, but the board can approve the findings. Is that correct?
The board approved them, the board members, we've changed the process a little to get the parties their findings of fact faster. So we've accepted the board members' emailed approval and issued them, and now we're just after the fact putting them on an agenda to receive and file so that it's publicly acknowledged in the board's records that they were
Okay.
issued. So it's just mainly on here as a public noticing that
Okay.
they were issued. So any board member can
Got it.
make the motion to receive and file.
Okay.
It's just a kind of formality to keep things in order.
Okay, great. So we're looking for a motion to receive and file the findings of fact related to application 14-11468.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Crow and seconded by Mr. Curtis.
And just to be clear, so is item 45 related to item 46?
Yeah, the agenda's designed to have multiple items listed, and approving 45 approves everything underneath that item. So it's designed to where there'd be 46, 47, 48, and your action on 45 would do it. It's similar to agenda review.
Very good.
Okay, so Mr. Vlahakis, let me just give you, if I could, the,
Right. I just recommend we take like a 5-minute recess to switch
Okay.
everything around and get set up for the next
great.
hearing.
So we'll be in recess for 5 minutes, and then when we come back, we'll be hearing Item 44, SF Village Associates LP.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're back on the record. Time is 1:43, and it looks like we're here to see item number 44. It's application number 1412269, SF Village Associates LP. And to the assessor, can you give us a brief overview of this item?
Good afternoon, Kent Meyer, Ventura County Assessor's Office. This case has to do with a penalty assessment. Under Property Tax Rule 321, Burden of Proof, Section C, the assessor has the burden of establishing the basis for the imposition of a penalty assessment, so the assessor has the burden of proof on this one.
Okay. Very good.
Excuse me, Chairman Curtis, I just want to add to that. The assessor has the basis for establishing, has burden for establishing the basis for the imposition of the penalty. If the applicant is seeking to abate the penalty and, for instance, is seeking to demonstrate that there was no willful neglect and that there was reasonable cause for the applicant's position, the applicant has a burden of establishing whatever facts on those issues to the, that's the applicant's burden.
Okay. So were you looking for a comment from the applicant? Or?
No, I just, the assessor will lead because until we have evidence that the penalty is appropriately imposed, the question of whether or not there is sufficient reason to abate doesn't even come into play. So the assessor will lead off, but I wanted the applicant to be clear that the applicant has the burden of establishing if there are grounds for abatement.
All right. Thank you very much. So without ado, you can start.
Okay.
Oh, okay. And then the applicant is asking for written findings of fact? Okay. And they have been paid for. Thanks, Brendan. Mr. Meyer, you can start.
If we could please turn to page 4 of Exhibit A. In my summary here, we have that the State Board of Equalization requested filing of a BOE-100-B in the name of SF Village Associates LP on June 15th, 2012. A second request was mailed October 19th, 2012. The form was stamped received by the State Board of Equalization on November 13, 2012. The filing informed the SBE a change in control occurred on November 15, 2011. Pursuant to RNTC Section 482B, failure to file Form BOE 100B within 90 days of a change in control or ownership is subject to a 10% penalty. This shall be added by the assessor to the assessment on the roll. The assessor valued the property as of the reported transfer date and subsequently applied a 10% penalty via an assessment roll correction. The roll change was forwarded to the auditor to process and apply the required penalty. RNT Code Section 483 allows the local assessment appeals board to abate the penalty if failure to file was due to reasonable cause and not due to willful neglect. The subject property does receive a welfare exemption. There is no provision in the law that allows or directs the assessor to adjust the exemption or reduce the penalty to reflect the exempt status of the property. Under Property Tax Rule 302B, except as provided in Subdivision A4, the board has no jurisdiction to grant or deny exemptions or to consider allegations that claims for exemption from property taxes have been improperly denied. In the context of this appeal, the board may only determine if the penalty should be abated due to the applicant showing both reasonable cause and not willful neglect in failing to file the prescribed forms. We turn to page 5. Here's a copy of the second mailing of the BOE 100 that went to SF Village Associates. and stamped received November 13th, 2012. Page 6 is R&T Code Section 480.1, defining when the filing must occur. Page 9 is 480.2, which also shows when the filing is supposed to occur. Page 12 is R&T Code Section 482, which allows for which requires the assessor to put the penalty in if the filing is not done timely. And page 16, Section 483, that allows, specifically Section C, which allows for the Assessment Appeals Board to abate the penalty, provided that it was due to reasonable cause and not due to willful neglect. On page 18, I have a law summary published by the California Franchise Tax Board, which addresses the issue of penalty abatement and reasonable cause for the abatement. Section 2 is highlighted, which specifies that taxpayers' responsibility to file return and/or respond to notice and demand or request for information. Even if the taxpayer is unaware of a filing requirement, ignorance of the law is not an excuse for failing to file a timely return. Now, if we can take a look at Exhibit B, please. I'll summarize this really quick. It is a United States Supreme Court case from 1985, United States versus Boyle. In this case, Mr. Boyle was the executor of his mother's estate, and upon her death was required to file income tax returns for estate taxes. You have 9 months to do that, and he gave all of his information to an attorney, and the attorney did not file the taxes within a reasonable period of time, i.e. 3 months after the 9 months had 3 months after the 9 month period. So he was late by 3 months. Mr. Boyle paid his assessment or his penalty, and then subsequently went to federal court and sued the IRS, saying he had reasonable cause for being late, i.e. the attorney. The federal court determined that there was reasonable cause and abated the penalty. The IRS then took this case to an appellate court, and the appellate court upheld the same ruling, abating the penalty. The IRS then took it to the United States Supreme Court, and the United States Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, overturned the lower court's rulings and reinstated the penalty assessment because reasonable cause was not met. This case deals more with reasonable cause than anything else. And again, like I said, this is a unanimous decision on the part of the United States Supreme Court. Nothing split here whatsoever. If you turn to page 2 of Exhibit B, it says that the attorney, as respondent's agent, was expected to attend to the matter does not relieve the principal of his duty to meet the deadline. Therefore, it's reversed. And Chief Justice Berger delivered the opinion for a unanimous court. We turn to the 4th page of this. The second yellow highlight. To escape the penalty, the taxpayer bears the heavy burden of proving both that the failure did not result from willful neglect, and 2, that the failure was due to reasonable cause. So a lot of times people misinterpret the term reasonable cause and not due to willful neglect as just one situation. In other words, if they can prove that there's no willful neglect, then obviously they had reasonable cause. That's not the case. They had to prove both reasonable cause and not willful neglect. On the next page, the first yellow highlight states that other courts of appeals have dealt with the issue of reasonable cause for a late filing and reached contrary conclusions. The next yellow highlight, we need not dwell on similarities or differences in the facts presented by the conflicting holdings. The time has come for a rule with as bright a line as can be drawn consistent with the statute and implementing regulations. The next highlight talks about how the government basically has too many people to monitor for us to take it into determination whether or not somebody has actually met the reasonable cause issue unless we have some specific guidelines for reasonable cause. Then if you turn the page, and the second page on that side, under footnote 1, the Internal Revenue Service has articulated 8 reasons for a late filing that considers to constitute reasonable cause. These reasons include unavoidable postal delays, the taxpayer's timely filing of a return with the wrong IRS office, the taxpayer's reliance on the erroneous advice of an IRS officer or employee, the death or serious illness of the taxpayer or a member of his immediate family, the taxpayer's unavoidable absence, destruction by casualty of the taxpayer's records or place of business, failure of the IRS to furnish the taxpayer with necessary forms in a timely fashion, and the inability of an IRS representative to meet the taxpayer when the taxpayer makes a timely visit to an IRS office in an attempt to secure information or aid in the preparation of a return. So basically, none of this is under the control of the taxpayer. That's what would constitute reasonable cause. And on the next page, the one yellow highlight I have there, because the respondent here was fully capable of meeting the required standard of ordinary business care and prudence, we need not decide the issue of whether and under what circumstances a taxpayer who presents evidence that he was unable to adhere to the required standard might be entitled to relief from the penalty. So in essence, the United States Supreme Court says for a penalty abatement to be considered, the applicant must prove that there is very sufficient reasonable cause as to why these things weren't filed. Now, in this case, as you saw on Exhibit A, the State Board of Equalization sent them 2 forms before they finally responded to them.
Anything else?
Not at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now is the time for questions from the applicant to the assessor.
Thank you very much. We have no questions of the assessor.
Okay. Any questions from the board or council to the assessor?
Mr. Meyer, if the State Board of Equalization sent a request on June 15, 2012, that the applicant file a BOE 100-B form, would the 90 days run from the June 15th, 2012 date?
Technically, no, because of the fact that they actually had a change of ownership on November 15th, 2011. So they, even if they were unaware that they were required to file, they still did not file within the 90-day prescribed period.
So the 90 days would run, in the view of the assessor's office, from November 15, 2011, the actual date of change of ownership?
That would be my opinion, yes.
Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
I'm sorry, could I ask a question of the assessor?
Yes, please.
Is it your contention that there was a change of ownership for Essa Village Apartments?
According to the SBE, yes.
Any more questions?
We have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Any questions from the board or council again?
A
Yes.
clarifying question. I was reading further in the assessor's presentation, and I'm just reading from the text under the summary section on page 4. It says, "The filing informed SBE a change in control occurred on November 15, 2011. Was it a change in ownership or control, or it doesn't matter for purposes of calculating the 90-day response and the compliance with that response?"
Yes, it actually was a change in control.
Oh, thank you.
No more questions? Any from the board? Okay. So we'd like to see your presentation now.
Thank you very much. We do have some evidence, although this isn't really a factually disputed matter, but we do have evidence to present.
Okay. You can hand it to Brendan. He'll pass it out. Thank you. Okay, you can start at any time.
I will. Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing us this opportunity to present our case. My name is Rick Schrader. I'm president of Many Mansions. Many Mansions is a nonprofit affordable housing and service provider. Many Mansions is the sole member of SF Village LLC. SF Village LLC is the general partner of SF Village Associates LP. So I'm here in that capacity. With me today is Dan Towry, who is our senior accountant for Many Mansions. And I think the heart of the matter really is the confusion, perhaps, as to whether there was a change of ownership or a change of control of SF Village. There was no change of ownership of SF Village. There was no change of control of SF Village. And therefore, the question as to whether this BOE Form 100B even had to be filed is very much in dispute, and I think that goes to our reasonable cause for not initially filing this document. But this is a very confusing and kind of complicated case, so I do want to give the board some background as to what's going on, how the circumstances arose, and present some arguments as to why this 10% penalty should be abated. Because we do appeal it, really based on three broad grounds. One, as to whether this form should have been filed at all, because it's really not applicable. And two, the fact that we did file it, and we were only a few months late in the filing, the fact that we have a welfare tax exemption, and therefore there was no harm or prejudice to the county. We don't pay property tax, so our late filing, we're only talking a couple of months here, really caused no damage. And third, that it's really assessing the penalty, though, the circumstances that I'll describe in just a little bit, does represent a hardship. As I'll explain, SF Village is an affordable housing property for extremely low-income people that were homeless, and the penalty does cause a burden on the property and its financial standing. As I said, this is an unusual case. We sat through the cases this morning having to do with the valuation of properties, disputing that. It's not that type of case at all. It's the penalty that was assessed for this late filing of this one form. In context, Many Mansions is a nonprofit, and we develop affordable housing and then manage that affordable housing. All of our apartment complexes are located in Ventura County. We have 14 of them. All are restricted to low-income residents. We are the leading supporter, or we're the leading developer of supportive affordable housing in the county of Ventura. Supportive housing means affordable housing for an extremely low-income population, most of whom are homeless, and many of whom have a disability. And that's exactly what SF Village Apartments is, the subject property. It was developed around 2000, 2001. It's a converted motel located in the city of Thousand Oaks. It's what we would call an SRO, single room. Think of a motel, and we converted all the rooms to residential units for a population that was homeless. Extremely low income, no income, people on the streets. It has 50 units plus the manager's unit, and most of our population there are chronically homeless, people that have been homeless for more than a year. They do pay rent, but the rent is very limited. It's usually around $300, $400 a month. Now, to develop affordable housing and to develop this particular property is a very complicated matter, and I think that's the heart of the matter here. It's largely financed through the federal tax credit program. And I've been doing this for a long time, and it's federal tax credit program and affordable housing is difficult to explain, but it kind of goes like this. Many Mansions applies to the state of California, and we're awarded federal tax credits. So $1 tax credit means you do not have to pay $1 in federal income tax. We're tax exempt, so we do not pay income tax. So we put the tax credits, millions of dollars of tax credits, into a limited partnership. The limited partnership then is created, and a limited partner puts money into it, into the partnership, and it's that money that's used to acquire the property and to develop it and do rehab and things like that. The limited partner then, because they're a limited partner in the partnership, receives the tax credits, and that's their rate of return. So it's a way throughout the United States that affordable housing is developed. It's a way that private money from banks and institutions will put money into affordable housing and get something back in return. And that's exactly what happened for SF Village. SF Village is owned in a limited partnership form. It's SF Village Associates LP. That's the owner. It's always been the owner. It's never been a change, going back to 2002 or whatever it was developed. The general partner, so in a limited partnership, you need a general partner and limited partners. The general partner is many mansions. The general partner is SF Village LLC. That never changed. There's no change there. It's never changed. The limited partner is an entity grouped under the name of Alliant. Now, what is Alliant? Alliant is a syndicator, which effectively means they get money from other private investors, they form an entity, and that entity becomes the limited partner. In this case, for very complicated reasons, there was actually two limited partners. The first limited partner was Alliant Tax Credit Fund 12 Limited, and the other limited partner was Alliant Capital Ltd. And we have a chart on page, on the evidence page 19, which shows this rather complicated arrangement. So the subject property, again, is the SF Village Apartments. The owner is SF Village Associates LP. That's never changed. It's always been the case. To the right, the managing general partner is SF Village LLC, which is our affiliate. That's always been the case. That's never changed. And the two limited partners, one is Alliant Tax Credit Fund 12, and the other one is Alliant Capital Ltd. That's never changed. So this is not a case of change of ownership. It's not even a case of change of control. What did change, and I'll talk about this in just a second, is that the members of these two limited partners changed. We note below that apparently on November 15th, 2001.
Excuse me, please.
Yeah.
You're going into changes of ownership. Your application was only about penalty. You didn't check the change of ownership box. Are you trying to do a change of ownership appeal?
What we're contending is that there's never been a change of ownership.
But you didn't check that on the application. All you checked was penalty assessment.
We're appealing the penalty assessment. The penalty assessment is predicated on failure to file this form. The form only applies if there's been a change of ownership or control. We're saying there's no change of ownership or control.
Okay.
Maybe we checked the wrong box, but that's essentially what we're appealing.
Excuse me, Chairman Curtis. The application, I don't know if the applicant has a copy of their application handy. There's a box to check which says, under change of ownership, there was no change in ownership or other reasonable reassessable event occurring on the date of. It appears that if we're construing the applicant's latest comment properly, the applicant, in filling out the application, didn't completely fill out the application for the parameters of their appeal. They were clearly appealing the penalty assessment. Their appeal of the penalty assessment appears predicated on the fact that there was no underlying change in ownership or other reassessable event. I think it would be good at this point for the board to make a preliminary determination of whether or not they will permit the applicant to check box B1 on their application and actually make an amendment of the application because of the relationship of these two issues. That's something that the board would need, I think, as just a preliminary matter, take action on before we go further, because I believe
I would also like to say that I can address that issue of not a change in control also, because that's also covered under the R&T code sections that are contained in Exhibit 1, or Exhibit A. Specifically, 480.1 specifies whenever a written request is made, therefore, by the State Board of Equalization, regardless of whether a change in control of the legal entity has occurred, the failure to file a change in ownership statement within 90 days from the earlier of the date of the change in control, et cetera. So in other words, just the fact that the SBE sent that form shows that they still have to file it. Also, under 482, failure to file a statement, the penalty shall apply for failure to file a complete statement with the board, notwithstanding the fact that the board determines that no change in control or change in ownership has occurred. So regardless of whether there's a change of ownership, the fact that they didn't file the first request within 90 days, the penalty is still applicable.
Yeah, to be fair to the applicant, I think he's telling a story, and at least I personally would like to hear all of the story. And
at the point where the chairman believes it appropriate, I think just for record-keeping purposes, if the applicant's taking the position there was no reassessable event, that the board should consider whether or not to let him amend the application to X that extra box under change in ownership or other reassessable event. But whenever the chairman's ready to.
I believe that's fair. Any comments from the board?
Well, I was going to say, in his appeal here, or his application, it looks like he's protesting the value of the property. You know, he's saying the roll value on land is $1.1 million, and he's saying it's $1 million, and the same thing on the improvement. There's a difference in value there. So is he actually protesting the value of these items, or?
Well, all good questions. Ms. Ferris?
No, I'm waiting for an answer.
Well, the assessor's not prepared to argue a change in control or evaluation issue. We're just here for penalty assessment today.
Right, for the chairman to clarify, this application legally can only address whether or not a penalty assessment of 10% was justified or not. So that's the only issue this application can currently legally address. If they want to say that the ownership thing is an issue and therefore the penalty shouldn't even be a discussion, we have to amend the application, and then there has to be a mandatory extension on the case, because this can only address whether or not the penalty was justifiable based on the filing of this application.
Any comments from the applicant?
Yes, just a couple of ones. The penalty, if I can address Mr. Crow's point, the penalty only comes about, to penalize us, they had to increase the assessed value of the property. We have a welfare tax exemption for a certain amount, so we would owe no property tax. So to penalize us means they artificially increase the value of the property by 10%, and that's where the 10% penalty comes in. So we have no idea what the actual value of this property is or isn't. It's an affordable housing property. It doesn't really have any value. In terms of the application itself, I do apologize. I would agree. I guess we must have sort of misread. We should have checked box 6B, although, again, we were focusing on the word change of ownership, and we knew there was no change of ownership. But it does say, or other reassessable event. It appears we weren't trying to, our goal was to appeal the penalty. So I do apologize. So I would ask the board if that could be amended. that it be amended.
Would have to be done later, though.
Counsel?
I believe that the board should take action on the applicant's request, and if the assessor requests a continuation of the hearing, that we put the hearing over to a date convenient for the parties' future time.
You think that appropriate at this point?
Well, it seemed, hearing one thing that the assessor said, he said the reassessable event that can, trigger a penalty is either there's a change in ownership, change in control, or, I'm reading from, for instance, 482 regarding failure to file a statement, if within 90 days of the date of a written request from the State Board of Equalization, they haven't filed the required form. And here, I don't believe the applicant disputes that fact.
No, I'm sorry, we actually do.
You do?
We did, yeah. Again, I haven't got to that part. We contend that we never received that. Our staff is very good. When things come in for requests, we get on it right away. We never received that. We did receive the second request, as you see in the documents, and we promptly responded to it. How can we say we never received it? That's what we're saying. We would have responded like we did the second time.
Well, since the applicant is disputing receipt of the first missive from the State Board of Equalization requesting them to file a form, since we have a dispute on that fact as well, I think the most productive thing would be for the board to take action on the applicant's pending request to amend the form, and then if the assessor requests to put the hearing over because there's more issues than just the 10% penalty assessment, then the board should put the hearing over to a date convenient for the parties.
So just to be clear, with respect to them changing, marking this box with respect to change in ownership?
Yeah, B1.
But if I heard you correctly, you're saying that there is no change of ownership.
There is no change of ownership. There's never been a change of ownership.
And the box says B1, no change in ownership or other reassessable event occurred on the data.
Right, so B1 is to protest the change in ownership assessment. It's a little bit misleading and so how it works is first it's in the process they determine if there's a change in ownership or not. And then in this case, that would be the first thing protestable, and then to say the assessor did a change in ownership, I'm saying no, there was no change in ownership, you check B2. Then once that issue is resolved, then you go into whether or not the penalty should have been assessed or not because of the late filing. So right now, only issue 2 is covered by this application, whether or not the forms were timely filed. Issue 1, whether or not there was a change in ownership, is not covered because B2 needs to be selected.
Although technically speaking, no one's ever contended that there was a change of ownership. No one ever said there's been a change of ownership, so we didn't dispute that. They just gave us a penalty. That was all.
Within the change of ownership, even after the change of ownership, the property was still fully exempt, but the penalty assessment still stands simply because they did not respond to the SBE's request to receive that form.
So that was the trigger?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the trigger for the penalty.
What was the trigger to send the notice out?
I don't know what inspired the SBE to send out the notice. I'm just aware that they did send it, and they sent it twice.
It occurs to me that if the board wishes, given the applicant's testimony, and he said they can establish it through, their testimony or oath, that they didn't receive the first notice. Was it filed within 90 days of the second notice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was, but it was not filed within 90 days of the first, nor was it filed within 90 days of the actual change of control, because there was a change in control.
If the board credited the applicant's testimony that, notwithstanding the State Board of Equalization having records that it sent out requests that a form be filed, that on the applicant's receiving end, they have good office practices, that would need to be identified to the board. But that if they had received something, it would have been logged, it would have been registered. They didn't ever log or register such a thing. If the board credited that, and
then, and if the board found that the applicant timely filed within 90 days of the second notice, then that would just leave one issue. Because if the board credited that, that would remove the issue of not timely filing when the board tells you to file, because not receiving something would be out of the applicant's control. If, the mail got lost, they wouldn't know. Then the fundamental issue then is whether there's an underlying change in ownership or control to trigger the penalty assessment. So maybe it's more efficient if the applicant is challenging that there was never any change in its operations that should have triggered any reassessment, that we, as a board, act on the B1 application amendment, and then if the assessor needs to recalibrate their presentation at all for that issue, set it for a future date, permit the assessor to come back in with whatever additional material the assessor would need to present, and then the applicant present their case.
Comments from the board?
Does the assessor need additional material?
We are not prepared to go forward today on a valuation issue or a change in control issue, only on the penalty assessment.
I'm a little concerned that you talk about being efficient, but also we cut him off in the halfway of the movie here.
Legally, at this time, legally, the board can't address the change in ownership issue until the amendment's approved, and then the assessor has to agree to waive their 45-day timeline to prepare. So the board can't technically go into that unless all the red flags are covered first. So, I mean, we can go, the board can approve it, we can see if the assessor waives or not. If they say no, then we can.
It would be unfair to the assessor to force them to prepare if they haven't prepared on change of
If they say no,
control.
though, then we can just move and continue.
What Mr. Curtis also needs to realize is we bought a ticket for Star Wars and we walked in to Ride Along 2.
Okay, so council suggests.
I think the way to proceed that protects all the parties' due process rights is if the board entertains the request one way or another, whether it would permit amendment of the application for B1, then after that, it makes its decision, then to give the assessor an opportunity to ask for whatever relief the assessor would need in terms of time or preparation, and to grant, and for the board to consider the assessor's request. If the ground rules have changed now and the assessor's faced with a different type hearing than the assessor originally anticipated.
Okay.
I think we need to.
My request is that we stay on point as far as whether reasonable cause can be established as far as the penalty abatement is concerned.
I think we have to determine what triggered that notice to go out. And was that legitimate notice that they should have responded to?
It appears the applicant's challenging the State Board of Equalization's now requests that they be put through all this.
Any comment from the applicant?
The only compliment, we check the box penalty assessment. The issue is penalty assessment is not justified. We say it's not justified because we should not have been in the position to have to even respond to this form, and for various reasons. If it's a case, though, the contention is that there was a certain notice given and that we did not respond within the 30 days, then we would concede that, or 90 days or whatever it was. We would concede that we did not respond, apparently, when this first notice went out, but we would testify that we'd never received the first notice.
Now, I think I can resolve the change of control issue right now, I believe. If we turn to page 7 of the applicant's Exhibit 1. Who's Steve Harville?
I don't know. Apparently, he works for Alliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
The very first paragraph, there was a change of ownership of Alliant Tax Credit Fund 12, LTD, ATCF 12, on November 15, 2011. The change of ownership triggered a technical termination of ATCF 12 under Internal Revenue Code Section 708B1B. As a result, ATC 12 will be required to file 2 returns for 2011, one for the period January 1, 2011 through November 15, 2011, and another for period November 16 through December 31st, 2011. Therefore, they were notified that they were actually involved with a change of ownership.
If I may say, that's, the issue before the board is a change of ownership of the property of Essa Village Apartments. All they're saying is there's been a change of ownership in the limited partner.
Resulting in more than a 50% change in control, which is classified as a change of ownership.
There was not a change of 50% of control of the limited partnership.
Second paragraph, since ATC F12 owns 50% or more of this partnership will also be required to file. Now,
Yeah.
if you owned 49% on day one, and then you purchased 2 more percent, giving you 51%, that constitutes a change in control.
No, I would say not. You're making.
No, I'm saying it is pursuant to the R&T code.
You're making a distinction between a general partnership and a limited partnership. And that's really the heart of our case. A limited partnership is different. They do not have control over the property. I would concede that if this were a general partnership, then that might be different. If I may just give an example. Essa Village Apartments. Let's suppose that a limited partnership did not own it, but a general partnership did. Let's suppose it was owned by myself and my colleague here, Dan. We're the two general partners owned under R&D partnership. And let's suppose I got tired of that and sold my half to Mr. Curtis. A couple years later, Dan gets tired of his ownership, and he sells his 50% ownership to Ms. Ferris. The same entity owns the apartments, R&D partnership. But it's quite different because the two owners, the two real people, the two partners behind it are different. General partnership, there's unlimited liability. The general partners are responsible for everything. They're in control of everything. That's when you get this BOE Form 100. Same partnership owns it, but the people behind it are different, and therefore it's in everyone's interest to know that there's been that change. That's not the case in a limited partnership. Alliant Tax Credit Fund 12 and Alliant Tax Credit Fund whatever have nothing to do with it. They are passive. That's how the federal tax credit program works. They have to have very limited control. The general partner, the nonprofit general partner, has to have all the control of a tax credit limited partnership. We manage it, we make the decisions. They are a complete passive investor. And it doesn't matter who the members are. They can change the members every single day. It has nothing to do with the property. We don't really know about it. They did send us this letter, I was going to get to that, and the letter did require us to file a new tax return, which has no effect. But I think that's probably what ended up triggering the Board of Equalization. But in terms of the control or ownership of the property, had no effect.
Excuse me, Chairman Curtis. I thought that the assessor was hoping to, cut to the chase and nip the dispute, and narrow it down by pointing out page 7 of the applicant's exhibit number 1. It seems that there still is a very live dispute on whether or not historically there was a change in ownership or change in control within the BOE regulations, as well as a dispute of whether or not the applicant received the first notice from the BOE. I think under the circumstances, in fairness to the applicant, the board should consider whether or not it would entertain an amendment of B1 in the application. And in fairness to the assessor, the board should consider whether or not it would entertain a continuance of the hearing to enable the assessor to prepare to brief the issues, the broader issues at issue.
Okay.
Chairman, I was going to say the same thing, because they're at this point, they're wasting their time. We might not even be able to go into it today. The board needs to make the formal actions before we can go into all this, so.
Okay, any comment from the board with respect to council's comments?
So if we could, we'll go into the amendment. First, I just wanted to verify the date of change in ownership being protested is November 15th, 2011. Is that correct? I don't know who would have that, assessor or applicant. Is that the date that the BOE indicated that there was a change of control?
November 2011. Sorry,
Okay,
November 2011.
November, okay, I have a document that says November 15th, 2011, so I'm gonna go with that. Okay. And sorry, applicant, you have not filed any other applications other than the one for, that what we're discussing today, is that correct?
I believe this is the only one, yes.
Okay. Okay. So it looks like the initial assessment was in 2011. Because this application is 2012, the relief would only apply to 2012 forward. I think we can do that. Okay. All right, so what the board needs to do at this point is take action to either approve or deny the amendment of the application to select Box B2 for a change in ownership occurring on November 15th, 2011.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I think under advice of counsel, we should,
So is that a motion?
yes.
Okay,
We should
We should amend the application.
approve the,
Approved.
okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that motion.
okay. With your computer terminals, please vote the direction you'd like to go.
Oh, the mouse, I'm sorry.
That passes. Now I don't have the rule up. I believe the rule says there's a mandatory 45-day continuance unless the assessor waives. Is that correct?
I don't remember it off the top of my head. I'll look in my
I can
manual.
look it up really quick. It's 305, let's see. 305.
The assessor's not willing to waive it this time.
If a request to amend is granted and upon the request of the assessor, the hearing on the matter shall be continued by the board no less than 45 days unless the parties mutually agree to a different period of time. So is 45 days it, or are you willing to do anything different, or less than 45?
We're not willing to go less than 45 days.
All right. I'm assuming that'll let us do it on the April date. Let me just verify. Okay, so that'll work. So does April 25th, 2016 work for everybody? First, I don't know, I'm kind of doing your job for
To
me,
the
sorry.
Does April 25th?
That's fine, yes.
Okay, to the assessor?
The assessor is fine with April 25th. I'd like to get clarification exactly as what we're going for now.
Change in ownership and penalty assessment. I guess it'd be good time to discuss at this point if the parties would like to bifurcate it into first a hearing on the change in ownership and then later on a hearing on the penalty, or if the parties would both like to cover it all in one day. It could go either way, just so everyone's aware of what will be discussed on the April 25th. At a minimum, it'll be the change in ownership. If the parties want to do both issues that day, we can do both issues.
We're willing to do both issues the same day, considering the fact that the BOE did say that they sent out the first statement, and it doesn't require a change of ownership to put the penalty on.
To the applicant, any comment?
No, we're willing to do both issues the same day.
Okay.
Question, will the evidence be held by the clerk so we don't have to print new copies?
Technically, I think you have to bring new evidence. I'll collect it, assuming there's no changes. I'll have whatever copies available. If there's any changes to any exhibit, new copies will have to be provided.
So that goes for both the assessor and the applicant's evidence?
Yeah, I'll collect, if someone, is evidence copy is missing, then I'll ask each party to bring that many more copies. So I'll count everything out when we're done today. So, sorry, the current action requested by the board is to continue to April 25th, 2016.
Do you need a board motion?
Looking for a motion from the board.
So moved.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so that,
Oops.
all right, looks like this item has been continued to April 25th, 2016.
Question for the clerk. On April 25th, 2016, are the same board members scheduled to meet, or will we have call in
That is
a couple extra people
That
from the
is a-
original panel?
That is Assessment Appeals Board number 1, which by default will be board members Stern, Curtis, and Crow. Unless one is unavailable, then an alternate will be called in. So, but it is Assessment Appeals Board 1, so by default it will be the 3 appointed
Since
members.
we started the matter with Mary Ferris as a board member because Barton Stern was absent, can we continue at least for this item when it's called on April 25th with Mary Ferris for the continuity?
If that's what the board wants to do, it doesn't really matter to me.
It appears as though we're going to start the entire case over anyway because she hasn't heard any of the change of ownership arguments. Therefore, it wouldn't matter.
Wouldn't matter.
Well, then, if the parties and the clerk, if the assessor and the clerk doesn't believe it matters, since there's a do-over, then, from scratch, then I withdraw that comment.
Okay.
Okay. Any objection from the applicant?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll see everybody back on April 25th. And so we'll have the clerk hold the evidence
Yeah.
to that time.
I don't know, you want me to collect it now? I don't know, it's easier.
I put everything's together.
Is this at the assessor's stuff?
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my set since I read
Okay,
it.
I'll just ask the date.
To the applicant, thank you very much. Okay, so that leads us to our last item, which is items 26 through 40. Application numbers are on the board. Oxnard Industrial Park 2 LLC.
Yeah, I got a hand on applications. There's also, we're gonna end up breaking this down into 4 parts. We'll probably get into a bit. 2 of the applications need to be withdrawn or rejected as they're invalid. A good number of them will need to be continued because they are follow-ups, and then there's 3 applications that the board will be discussing today, which are change in ownerships for 3 different properties. So I'll go ahead and hand out the materials, but we're basically going to end up breaking this into a bunch of different pieces in a second.
All right, Brendan, you'll lead us through what we should be doing here.
Let's see. Let's see which one. Why don't we start? Let's start with. So, Assessor, what property did you plan on starting with? 14123 at 5, is that?
1412215 was superseded by a subsequent.
Right, I was gonna get into those after the board made a decision on the, you wanna cover the duplicatives first?
I'm sorry?
You wanna cover the duplicates first? Is that what you're,
That's what my intent was, yes.
okay.
So are findings of fact requested on any of
that-
these?
That's another question, okay. Findings of fact are requested, correct? Okay, never mind, I thought they were, but not anymore. Is assessor requesting findings of fact on any of the issues?
No.
Okay, good, that makes it easy. All right, where are we?
Poor Brandon.
There is a lot of paper. I'm trying to make it as least confusing as possible, but it's probably going to be so confusing.
Thank you.
So this first issue, we have, so the two applications I've handed out are for 14-12215 and 14-12385. 86, that's what I handed out? Okay. Basically, they're duplicative, but they're not a duplicative to where the clerk is allowed to reject them. They're each for the same supplemental event, but one is for, they're different dates of notice. So the second one overwrites the first one, the valuation. So if you look at the attachment to each of the applications, the supplemental assessment notice, you'll see that they're both for the same, maybe it'd help if I bring it up on the screen. They're both for the same change in ownership date, and they both have the same supplemental line item numbers. That's how we tell that they're for the same thing. But two different notices were sent out. So basically, there's duplicative filings for the same thing, but they're on different notices. So the easiest way to fix this is if the applicant just agrees to withdraw the first filed applications and the duplicatives go away. If they don't go away, then the board needs to take some sort of action, but I'm not certain what sort of action the board can take.
So that was application 12215 is what you're asking the
Yes,
applicant to dismiss?
Right, 12215, I only provided one copy for now to make it less confusing, and also 12216. Both of those, the assessor assessed, issued notices, and then later on they redid the assessments, and then the applicant filed on the corrected assessment. So there's two sets of assessments, but the second one wiped out the first one. So technically, the first assessment, the assessments on 14-12215 and 14-12216 no longer exist, but I can't take any action to reject them, because they're technically not duplicative.
So hearing that, the applicant says,
Assuming that I'm not waiving anything, that I still have the same defense, I don't think I have a problem waiving it. It sounds like I'm just waiving the old appeals as opposed to the ones that were amended by the assessor, is that correct?
the old applications?
Yeah, that's basically the first filed applications, you're withdrawing those and agreeing to proceed with the issues on the later filed applications, which I'll guarantee you here on record cover the same issues, so.
That's fine for me then.
Okay. Yes.
I just have a question. On the first application, the bottom line net taxable value was $715,238. And on the second application, the bottom line taxable value is $411,238. So it would be correct then to deduce that the assessor is only pursuing a valuation of $411,238 at the current time?
That's the new assessment.
Right, the new assessment
supplemental
completely
value.
overwrote the first one, so the first
Okay,
assessment doesn't
okay.
exist anymore. So I think he's agreed to withdraw, so that'll get that technical issue off.
The roll value is the same, correct?
No, I think that's the reason it was redone, is they gave it a new roll value. But at issue is the new base year value, which should be different on each of the supplementals. And so the new, correct me if I'm getting too off track here, Assessor's Office. The new base year value on the later filed application overwrote the new base year value filed on 14-12215.
It's lower than the old one.
Right, the assessor just made that first assessment disappear. So, and they overwrote it with the later one.
Which is $300,000 less, roughly.
I don't have it in front of me, but yes, probably.
So we're getting rid of 2215.
Yes.
2215 and 2216 are.
Right, I did not give you 2216 because it's the same issue.
Okay, so we can just cross this off and ignore it.
Okay,
So we're ignoring.
So any questions from the applicant, or?
okay.
No, not about that.
Okay,
That's no good.
so that takes care of that.
Okay, so you can just crumple 12215 up and throw it out. We don't have to worry about that anymore. Okay, so now I assume we're gonna go into the supplementals, is that correct? Okay, and we're gonna start with Which one? I gave them 12386 already. Is that what we want to start with, or we want to?
Sure.
I have everything
Yeah.
here. We can start with whatever's easiest. I just don't want to give the board too much paper at one time. All right.
All right.
There we go.
Can I just ask which property that is? I don't have it in front of me.
Oh, the Woolly Road property?
Thank you.
This is 301 Woolly Road.
Yeah, I think it's 301, 311, and 351.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
Chairman Curtis, could we have each of the representatives state their names?
I'm
Because
so
I do
sorry.
not remember the lady's name.
Andrea Rovtar with the Ventura County Assessor's Office.
okay, and to the assessor, can you give us a brief overview of this application?
Let me just pass out my exhibits, if that's okay.
Okay. I'm assuming the burden of proof is on the assessor?
Due to the fact it's an escape assessment, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So in this case, the assessor will go first, then you'll have an opportunity to ask questions, and then you can give your presentation.
Do I ask questions at the end or when I?
At the end of their presentation.
Mr. Curtis?
Yes.
I'd like to correct myself. This was a reported change of ownership from the State Board of Equalization, resulting in a 100% transfer on November 12th, 2010. Therefore, because it's assumed that the assessor did their job correctly, the burden of proof for the valuation will be on the assessee.
On the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
So do you care that the exhibits were handed out out of order? Do you want me to recollect?
I don't
them?
mind.
You don't mind the board has them? Okay.
Okay, so per the assessor, you would have the burden of proof because it is a change of ownership issue? So you would actually give your presentation first?
Okay, even if there wasn't a change of ownership?
Correct.
Okay.
They're going to give an overview first, though.
Oh,
Sure. To the assessor, if you could give us a brief overview
Sure.
of,
Okay, this is a supplemental base year appeal for the change in ownership established on October 12th, 2010. The factored base year value was enrolled of $1,241,000, land being $710,000, and improvements being $531,000. The supplemental roll was $710,000 for the land, $531,000 for the improvements, for a total of $1,241,000. The applicant filed on their application that the assessed value should be $1,500,000 for the land and $500,000 for the improvements. And we recommend that the assessed value be sustained at $1,241,000, $710,000 for the land, and $531,000 for the improvements.
okay. And to be clear, this contains three addresses?
Yes, the assessor's parcel number is 201-0-352-145. The applicant owner is Shia Stauber, Oxnard Industrial Park 2 LLC, and the site address is 301, 311, and 351 East Woolly Road in the city of Oxnard. And it's an industrial building.
Okay. So that means you give your presentation first. When you get done, they'll have questions for you, and then they'll give their presentation.
okay.
So you can start at any time.
And if I may, the applicant made a comment that there was no change of ownership. Did he check change of ownership on his application?
The,
You did.
That there was no change of ownership?
no, the applications are for the base year value, not for the change in ownership.
I was never told there was a change of ownership, so I didn't know to say that there wasn't one.
Okay. So to be clear, the applicant, though, does start. He has the proof, burden of proof.
Well, I want to avoid stopping the film after we started watching it. He said, there was
Star
no
Wars
change
still,
of
right?
ownership, so does he need to amend his application if he wants to argue there was no change of ownership?
Okay, so to be clear, it does state that there was a change of ownership on the application?
No.
He did not check the box saying that there was no change of ownership.
Let me back up and explain to the board. So in section B, there's change in ownership. There's two options for protesting a change in ownership. You can say, there was no change in ownership, so my property shouldn't have been reassessed at all. That's box 1. There's box 2 that says, yeah, the property changed hands, but the assessor overvalued it. That happens when the assessor doesn't accept a purchase price, for example. So in this case, the application is filled out with B2 selected, meaning that from the way the application is filled out, they're saying a change in ownership did occur, but we disagree with the value that the assessor determined for that change in ownership. So to address the issue of whether or not there was a change in ownership, we have to back up and select box 1. So this is only to address that a change in ownership happened, but the assessor picked the wrong value for the change in ownership, in the applicant's opinion, how this is filled out.
Okay, any questions from the applicant?
On what he just said?
Yes.
I think if, I understand there wasn't an actual change of ownership. The owners stayed the same, the members changed, and that's why they did that, and I'm fine with that. The members did change, so that's considered a change of ownership. I'm not appealing that. I'm just appealing the value.
Okay.
Just to clarify, the applications do cover the value determined by the assessor for that change in ownership happens. We're covered as long as that's the only issue.
That's fine.
Could the applicant also please state their name and name spelling for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Shia Stauber, it's spelled correctly on the,
Oh, okay,
on
that's
the
your name.
monitor,
Okay,
and I
thank you.
represent Oxnard Industrial Park too.
Okay, thank you.
All right, wonderful. So you can start at any time.
Okay, it's pretty quick, so I just had to hand out my, should I start while he's handing them out? Just give it-
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for hearing this case. What happened on October 12th was a buyout of, an involuntary buyout, actually. It was a court-ordered buyout of the subject property. Just for there's two other applications that all fell under the same sale, and that's, so we're here for all of them, so they all apply equally for all of them. And once that court-ordered sale happened, we bought out our partner. We actually, to get a loan, we had an appraisal done. The lender actually had their appraisal done. That's what you have in front of you. That's everything. I'm not even close to as qualified on values as this appraiser who came highly recommended. We've used ourselves as well as other people. The banks have used him. We did not get to choose this appraiser. We happened to have used him a year before on the same property. So we feel that he really knows what he's doing. He's very qualified. His credentials are all in his report, as well as all the exhibits and supplemental documents that he had to come to his value. His value was a blend, and it was determined to be $1 million based on a reconciliation between the two types of sales quotes. I believe it's a sales cost approach as well as the income approach. He weighed both of them and came up with his value. His report is pretty exhaustive, as well as his resume. I really can't do much better than this, so it's all in here for your review. And that's why we feel the value is, we're asking nothing less, just exactly what he recommended the value to be.
Okay. Very good. Questions from the assessor to the applicant?
Okay, was this appraisal done for loan purposes?
Yes.
Any future plans to demolish the buildings?
No, but how does that have any weight here?
Just a question.
Oh, no.
Okay. I have no further questions. Do you have any questions, Kent?
For assessment purposes, do you know what kind of valuation we're supposed to do?
I'm sorry?
The type of valuation for assessment purposes the assessor is required to do when there's a change of control. Are you aware of how that works?
No idea.
We're supposed to come up with the fee simple value of a property. In other words, what it would bring in the marketplace. I'd like to address to the board page 77 of this appraisal.
Is this a question?
It's rebutting his evidence. Within this appraisal, the concluded lease fee value via direct capitalization as of September 1, 2010 is $950,000. That's his income approach adjusted for lease fee value. If we turn to page 85, the appraiser put down that the as-is value via the sales comparison approach as of September 1, 2010 is $1,280,000. Almost $300,000 above the lease fee value. The assessor's enrolled value is $1,241,000, which is about $40,000 below what this appraiser came in at for his fee simple value. Therefore, we would like you to sustain the assessor's enrolled value because the applicant's evidence supports it.
Can I respond?
So I think we're at a point where we are asking questions, though.
And rebutting evidence. So,
I still think we're at the point, in council, you can
then
correct.
there's no further questions. However, both sides have the board is required to allow both sides to rebut evidence of the opposing party.
Counsel?
The appraisal presents a variety of valuation approaches. The bottom line conclusion of the appraisal, and I have not had the time to read through it all, but right at the beginning, there was 1 million. The board can consider the entirety of the appraisal and give whatever weight the board decides to give to the sales comparison approach, which the assessor highlighted. It actually comes in at a value slightly above the assessor's recommended value.
And if you turn to page 4 of the appraisal overall, or of the exhibit, I should say, because there's no marked page on it, it does say the least fee market value, not the fee simple value.
Can you direct us to the reconciliation of values within this appraisal?
Page 86. So the appraiser was using the lease fee value as the most weight.
Page 87, it says, in the reconciliation of the two approaches to value, emphasis was placed on the income approach? Okay.
That's correct, which was his lease fee income approach.
Hence a value of $1 million as opposed to 1.28 million, correct?
That's correct. But what it shows is that the value range, or the enrolled value, is well within the value range supported by this appraisal.
Okay. Comments from the board? Or council?
The board can consider the entirety of the evidence presented by the applicant, assigning whatever weight the board believes is appropriate to the various approaches to value.
Okay. Any questions from the board to the applicant regarding his presentation?
Well, of course, it'd be hard to ask the applicant questions because he didn't do the appraisal, but he's just reading, kind of presenting what the evidence is. But it looks like, in my opinion, since he did not include the other half of the lease fee, or the other portion of it, that the value the assessor is presenting of $1,240,000 is well within range of what the applicant's appraiser said was the market value was $1,280,000. So I would say sustain the assessor in this case.
To sustain the assessor?
Chairman
Okay.
Curtis, before the board gets too much into deliberations, I want to make sure, because I was kind of lost at where we're going with this. Since the applicant, we established the applicant has burden of proof, correct? The applicant gets to the last word before the board goes into deliberations. So I want to make sure the applicant gets their right to the last word before the board goes too much into decision-making, so.
I'm sorry, I might have missed it, but I didn't hear him, the assessor actually make a presentation or anything, or say what his case was.
Right, we're
We have
still
not
at that
done-
point.
I'm sorry. We have not done our presentation yet. I'm just refuting your evidence at this point.
Okay, so there's no, I'm saying you're not going to deliberate until he actually makes his case, and I can ask questions on his case?
Well, we're getting to that point.
Actually, they can make a determination
I
that,
asked the board, sorry.
they can make a determination that you have not overcome the burden of proof, so.
Well, I would still like to hear the assessor's presentation. I think the amount of presentation presented by the applicant is limited, and I would still like to hear what the assessor has to say.
Okay, so I want to make sure, because in the world of clerking, this sounds like there may have been a motion by Mr. Crowe. Was there a motion, or was that just?
General comment. Yeah.
Just, okay, then I don't have to worry about anything.
Just one last comment about what Mr. Crowe said, that the reason why I didn't do my own appraisal on this or do my own research was because what happened was I wasn't notified, I believe until 2012 or something, that they were even reassessing it, that there was any kind of reassessment, because it wasn't a change of ownership. So it took them years, it might have been 2013, I believe even, that we were even notified. So for me to go back and hire an appraiser to do an appraisal of 3 years retroactive would have been extremely, extremely costly and difficult, when I had an appraisal that actually someone that we've used and someone who we probably would have hired for the same job. We had a full detailed appraisal, so we just said, I think it's a lot easier to use that appraisal than it would be to use one that was done retroactively 3 years later. And that's why we use this. I thought it was enough evidence in there, in his own appraisal, but if not, that's the reason why we chose to just use this one.
Okay. So to council, just to be clear, it's assessor is saying that the applicant hasn't done his burden of proof, and the assessor says, I don't need to present a case.
I believe the assessor is referring implicitly to Property Tax Rule 313, Subdivision C, which I'll just read for the benefit of the applicant and the board. In applications where the applicant has the burden of proof, the board shall require the applicant or applicant's agent to present his or her evidence first. And then the board shall determine whether the applicant has presented proper evidence supporting his or her position. This is sometimes referred to as the burden of production. In the event the applicant has met the burden of production, the board shall then require the assessor to present his or her evidence. So if the assessor was making a motion, and I don't know if that's clearly on the record yet or not, that they believed the applicant had not met the burden of production, then it would be up to the board to decide if they believed that the applicant had presented proper evidence supporting his or her position, to the extent that it, then wanted to require the assessor to present their evidence. If the board felt that the applicant had not met the burden of production, then they don't need to put the assessor to the burden of putting on their case. And that's the board's call. If the board feels that the applicant, through presentation of proper evidence supporting the applicant's position, has met the burden of production. So it's up to the board if the board believes that they've heard enough to now put the assessor to the burden of presenting their case in chief.
And the assessor just wants to point out that the appraisal that was handed in by the applicant actually supports the enrolled value.
So are you making a formal motion With regards
I'm
to...
not making any formal motions whatsoever, but you can interpret that any way you want, and you can make a decision as to whether or not the assessor needs to move forward at this point.
Okay, so I think we've heard from Mr. Crow, Mr. Curtis, Ms. Ferris.
I think, in the justice of fairness, we should hear. This way, if he has any questions, he can ask the assessor to make it fair.
Okay.
So now it's up to you.
To the assessor?
I believe we've already handed out our exhibit.
Okay. Proceed at will.
Thank you. Okay, the subject is located on East Woolley Road, north of the railroad tracks and east of Oxnard Boulevard. Again, the applicant submitted to the assessor an appraisal with an effective date as of September 1st, 2010, for a value of $1 million. The subject was appraised for the purpose of this appeal, consisting of one parcel totaling 17,164 square feet of a multi-industrial building sitting on 44,384 square feet of land. The subject was built in 1978, has 4 12-by-12 rolling doors, and about 24% office build-out. And I just want to note that I did attempt to site check the property, but the applicant did not want me to go inside due to not disrupting the tenants, so I was only able to do an exterior inspection. Comparable sales data were used in determining a value, applying respective adjustments. An income approach was also applied. The cost approach was not utilized due to the age of the improvements. So if you turn to page 3, I have an aerial of the property. On page 4, there are some photos of the subject property. On page 5 is a comparable sales approach. I chose 4 comparables within a 6-month time period. The adjusted sales comp range went from about 1.261 million to about 1.81 million. I put most weight on comps 2 through 4 for a value of conclusion of 1.3 million. If you turn to page 6, I have a map of the subject and the comparables. Page 7 are the sales comparison photos, and page 8 also. I also did an income approach. I used 55 cents per square foot, a modified gross, used a 5% vacancy, 10% expense ratio. I used a cap rate of 6.5% plus a 1.22% property tax component for a total of 7.72%. And the value inclusion was 1.25 million. And you have Exhibit B. And Exhibit B, there's property tax annotation 850.0029. And also annotation 460.0014 starting on page 9. And basically what they say is that the Revenue Taxation Code, Section 110, and Property Tax Rule 2 require that the real property interest transferred to be reassessed at full cash value, which is defined as its unencumbered, unrestricted fee simple value. And on page 10, it also says that in valuing such property by the income approach to value, the net income to be capitalized is the amount the property would yield were it not so encumbered, whether this amount exceeds or falls short of the contract rent. So if you turn to page 10 on Exhibit A, I have the lease comps actually on pages 10 through 16. And then on page 17 and 18, we have cap rates. On page 17, we had 3 sales where we were able to derive cap rates, and they went from about 4.24% to 6.85%. And then on page 18, we have the Los Angeles, the RERC Real Estate Report, 4th quarter 2010.
So then on page 19, we have the reconciliation. And basically, again, the cost approach was not employed due to the age of the improvements. The cost approach is most reliable when property being appraised is relatively new and has experienced little depreciation per Assessor's Handbook 502, page 12. California tax rule says that the market approach is the preferred approach if comparable sales are available. We did give some weight to the income approach since it's used as an investment property. With the income approach can be mathematically leveraged into a wide range of estimated value just by making small variations in key variables. And then, so if you go to the reconciliation on the comparable sales approach, I came up again with 1.3 million. I applied about 75% for a value of 975,000. And then on the income approach, again, I came up with 1.25 million, and I applied about 25% weight to that for 312,500 for a total real property value of 1,287,500. So even though I came up with about 1,287,500, the assessor does recommend that the supplemental roll value be sustained at 1.241 million.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Okay, any questions from the applicant?
Yes, please.
To the assessor?
I'll start by saying you started your whole rebutting my evidence by saying you have to use the fee simple. I don't know exactly what that means because I thought it meant the sales, but here you obviously put a lot of weight to the income approach. So do you only use the sales approach or do you not use the income approach, or what does that mean, fee simple?
Well, fee simple being a property that's unencumbered by any leases using economic rent. And I did apply on page 19, I did give a little bit of weight to the income approach, with most weight going to the sales comparison approach. Because again, California Property Tax Rule 4 says that the sales comparison approach is the preferred method when there are reliable sales data that's available.
Okay, just to quote what you have here, it says you should use it for a new building and little experience. Would you consider 1978 a new building?
What page?
Your last page, page 19.
She was giving you reasons why the cost approach was not utilized.
Does it say why the comparative sales approach was utilized?
Because we have comparable sales data that are available.
Okay. And there's a reason why, and if you have the same data, you can't use the cap rate approach, the income approach? That you did put some weight to it, so.
Yes, yeah, I did give some weight to
So,
the
and the appraiser gave more weight, because I think here it says that that's what he felt that was the most appropriate because of this. I don't know if fee simple, I don't have the evidence that shows why you guys have to use fee simple or not. You're saying that, but I have no way to refute that.
There's basically the difference is that your appraisal, they put most weight on the income approach, and we're saying that we're putting most weight on the comparable sales approach.
And even though this property was leased and you couldn't sell it fee simple, you're completely disregarding the actual value of the real property?
Why could you not sell it fee simple?
Because I asked you what fee simple meant. You meant unencumbered and unleased. If I have leases.
Not unleased, but regardless of what the leases say. In other words, you have to use market rents to determine what the value of the property is.
And you completely disregard if there's a 30-year lease on the property, that there's nothing you can do about it?
If it's a 30-year lease and it was negotiated 30 years ago or 20 years ago or 10 years ago, we have to look at what current market rents are. That's required by law.
I understand that, but you have to disregard the actual rent?
Yes.
So it doesn't
We
make
can take it into consideration if the rents are at market value. But if you have a 30-year lease that was negotiated 20 years ago without any escalations, we have to look at what current market rents are.
I didn't say that. I'm saying is, let's say today there was a new 30-year lease at market today, and you wanted to do an appraisal. Do you take that lease into account or not?
We would take it into consideration if it's an at-market lease rate, yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you can't, anytime you would sell this, and this is every time I've looked at an appraisal or an appraiser has discussed this with me, you have to consider what the actual property is worth today, and the actual property is worth dependent on the leases that are in place. So you can't disregard the leases. I understand you have to put some weight onto what the market is, and there's upside or downside, but you can't completely disregard because you can't occupy those premises. That's why our appraiser chose to use the income approach, because it is leased property, and there's not anything you can do about that at the time. So that's why his appraisal reflected that.
But the board is also well aware of the fact that the assessor is required to appraise it at market value as of the date of change of ownership, and if the income approach is utilized, we must use market rents as of that date.
I'm not aware of that. Is there anything I could see that says that you have to use market rents as opposed to the actual rents?
Well, Exhibit B, I think it was the annotation that I handed out.
Exhibit B. I just have also a question with the board. Am I supposed to have this evidence in advance? I gave my evidence to the assessor in advance. Was I supposed to get this evidence in advance?
If you had requested it, we would have given it to you.
I thought I did.
For future reference to the taxpayer, there's the Revenue and Taxation Code 1606 that talks about exchanges of information. And there's a very helpful manual that if you ever pursue an appeal in the future, you can refer to, that the Board of Equalization at the state level puts out, an assessment appeals manual, and they discuss the timing of exchanges and how you start an exchange and what the deadlines are. And I would just commend that to you in the future if you ever have a business need for that.
And I'd also like to point out that we requested the information under 441D, and the applicant could have requested it under 408, not under 1606. So there's other means of requesting the information also.
And also, if you look in Exhibit B on pages 9 and 10, it does say that, you have to use the market rent when valuing on an income approach, whether or not this amount exceeds or falls short of the contract rent.
Sorry, what? This is your exhibit?
Exhibit B,
What page is that?
9 and 10.
Isn't that your income analysis worksheet?
You're looking at Exhibit A.
I don't have another one. All I got was one packet. Oh, another one. Sorry, I'm sorry.
So to the assessor, it looks like the discrepancy is between the least fee market value of $1 million and the simple value that.
Correct.
Okay. So I understand that the appraisal that the applicant gave us was for a loan purpose. But why would the least fee market value be presented for a loan purpose?
Because the appraisal did major adjustments for the lease rates that were being applied to the property.
But here it says, of the 4 tenants, 3 were month to month?
Okay.
On his appraisal, are you talking about?
Yeah, just, it says as of the date for, oh, I'm sorry.
What page are you looking at?
I'm sorry. Let's see, this first page, I don't even know what it is.
Just looking at the letter dated September 14, 2010, the first page.
Yeah, however, 3 of the 4 tenants were essentially month to month. So I know I'm asking questions of an appraisal that no one has done, but I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
and I can't address those questions on his appraisal per se. As to what he was talking about regarding that. We presented our evidence. You can question us on our evidence that we present.
Our appraisal on page 59 and 60, he does actually address the market rent, and so it is addressed here. He did take that into consideration under his appraisal, that they are at market. Can I continue with the questions to the assessor on his presentation?
Yes, please. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Kinda hopped in there.
You said a 10% expense, where do you get that number from? Because I've never seen the property expense only 10%.
Well, I also did a separate property tax component with the overall rate, and the 10% is just from experience of doing modified gross industrial property.
Did you have any breakdown of expenses or anything else where you got that only 7% of 75? I could just tell you alone, our insurance is that. So I don't know where it's $7,500 with no repairs, no maintenance. There's a lot of things that are missing from there. And then on the same report, I also don't understand, you added the property tax 1.22 2-year cap rate?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it lower the property value to not us, to somebody else? Wouldn't that decrease the value, not increase the value?
We do not include property taxes as an expense when we're doing the income approach. We put it into the cap rate because property taxes are fixed, and you can't go ahead and determine what the taxes are until after you know what the value is,
I see.
because it's a percentage of the value.
Okay. Is there any discussion how you got the 6.5% cap rate?
Yes, I think it was in exhibits, I think, was it 17 and 18? Or not exhibits, I'm sorry, pages. So we had 3 sales within, I think, 10 months of your change of ownership, and it went from 4.24% to 6.85%.
You realize none of these are in Oxnard.
They are single-tenant industrial buildings.
I get that, but I can show you ones in LA that are not going to be comparable too.
We're not in LA.
I'm sorry?
We're not in LA.
And
We're in
we're
Ventura
not in
County.
Oxnard on this either. That's what I'm asking why the properties in Oxnard, Camarillo and Moore Park are significantly better markets than Oxnard. I would think that Oxnard would be used if possible, so I'm just asking why Oxnard was not used.
Well, I didn't have any cap rates for Oxnard. Like I said, I had 3 cap rates in a 9.5-month time period of your transfer that I wanted to take into consideration.
So the answer, there was no sale income data for that time period?
Not reported cap rates in Oxnard, no. But we do have others in Ventura County. Typically, we showed the RERC for LA. Typically, Ventura County cap rates run lower than Los Angeles County cap rates.
Agreed.
And in the appraisal that was done, that you submitted, he started at a 7.5 cap rate, if I recall, and moved upward from there rather than down to use the effects of Ventura County.
You would have a higher cap rate in Ventura County, not a lower cap rate in Ventura County.
No, a lower cap
Our
rate.
experience is typically in Ventura County, our cap rates are much lower than Los Angeles, generally 50 to 100 basis points lower than the average in Los Angeles County. Because Ventura County typically has less risk overall than Los Angeles County.
Okay.
That includes Oxnard?
Yes.
I completely wholeheartedly disagree with that, just on the price per foot and everything else, all the data I'm not prepared to show you that, but I couldn't disagree more with that statement. And just being an investor as well, I don't think that I've ever seen cap rates. I don't want to digress here because that's not on the point.
It
but
may
I'm
be
just-
that the rents in Los Angeles are higher, but the cap rates tend to be lower in Ventura.
I'm saying every deal we did in Ventura always had higher cap rates, but I understand. I just had one last question. I have obviously my appraisal has a page with Mr. Abergale, the appraiser's resume. I was wondering, I don't know who conducted your appraisal or your value. Is there a resume on the person that actually did it showing that they're as qualified as Mr. Abergale in conducting?
Everybody that does appraisals in the
I'm sorry,
Ventura
thank you.
County Assessor's Office are certified by the State Board of Equalization to do so.
So that'd be the only credential that they would have.
That's the only one we're required to have, and it's only good for assessment purposes.
Okay, just so I finish off, can you show me where the expenses are? Because obviously in the income approach, 10%, our numbers are 35%. I've also provided you with the actual numbers of the expenses. I don't know if they were disregarded or what, but you have all that information. Is there any, can you just maybe quickly explain where you got, because all it's broken down to is 3% for management, 7% for everything else?
Like I said, from my experience from doing industrial property for modified industrial grows, we see about 10%, plus I added the property tax component too. 3% is, typical for management, and then another 7% for insurance, maybe some utilities, and again, the property taxes.
So you have nothing for maintenance and reserves, nothing for gardening, nothing for the outside of the building, any kind of other?
Well, it is a modified gross, so, it can be shared with like a triple net with the tenant.
But
Typically in the marketplace, many of the landlords do a major pass-through where they go ahead and take their expenses out for, when they send it to the assessor's office, but then they don't always show us what the pass-through is or how much of the expenses are placed into common area maintenance.
I've showed it. I've showed everything. I didn't hide any, you have the books and records here. That's not our experience. I don't know if you have a broker or anybody else that says that, but like I said, I guess there is no, you have no, it's just your experience, but it's not based on actual numbers, so I can't really question it anymore.
And if you turn to page 77 on your appraisal, you have it at, it looks like the property tax insurance, the special assessments, the repairs and maintenance, and the management and administrative being 6%. And then you have 13% as your real estate taxes. But again, my real estate taxes are the 1.22%.
He's using our actual numbers. I'm asking, or he used the same numbers as you. He estimated them, I believe. But like I said, I understand you want to use my appraisal for your evidence, but I'm just asking.
Actually, I wasn't using yours. I was just basically comparing to say that, we're kind of like in the same line.
Like I said, I just wanted to know where you got your numbers from, because they're just
And
not.
mine is just from experience, from just doing industrial property with modified gross, industrial gross leases.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
To the assessor, so your cap rate is 6.5%. What was the cap rate on the applicant's appraisal?
Se- 7.5 on page 77.
Correct, page 77, 7.5%.
And
And that was primarily based on LARERC and CDRE evidence.
So would the 1% make the difference of the $300,000, it looks like, of value difference?
it would actually be more than that, because this appraisal didn't take into the 1.22% that the assessor adds on to it as well. So it should be according to the assessor's calculations. If they assumed this cap rate was correct, I believe it would be an 8.77% cap
No,
rate.
but you already take out your property taxes as part of an operating
Oh, right, so we
expenses
have
for
to
the NOI.
take that one out, and then you're
Yeah.
right, so we have to take that
So-
out and then do that, correct, correct. It'd
So,
still be a higher cap rate.
So basically, what I'd have to do is take the NOI of 71,202, add the property taxes of 11,483 for an NOI of 82,685, and then if I took 7.5% plus a 1.22%, what would that be, 8.72%? And so I think, again, that's like 949,000.
So you're saying that would be the difference?
If I used their 7.5% and then added a property tax component.
So that would be in line with what that appraisal showed at 950?
Mhm. So basically, it looks like their property tax expense and then the property tax component is about the same.
So again, their appraiser was reconciling the two approaches and giving most weight to
The income approach.
the income approach, and you're giving 75% weight to the sales approach.
But both of our final approaches, without any weight whatsoever, come up above our enrolled value.
Of your approaches.
But he's not using that approach. Our appraiser's not using that approach. He's using a reconciled approach, is what he's using. I think the big difference between the two is your income of 113 compared to the actual income of 92,000. That's where the big discrepancy lies. It's hard to tell from your comps where, I see free rent here. I don't know if that was calculated or what the other terms are. It's extremely difficult to try to use that market rent in the abstract without all those other factors. So I feel like the actual income is what we're making. We're extremely good at what we do. We're diligent. We're a professional management company, so we We have no ulterior motives not to get the highest and best rent. So, market is what we, in our opinion, what we can achieve. We have the biggest brokers in Oxnard on our listings, from CB Richard Ellis. They're commission-based. They're incentivized to get us the highest rent. Hands down, there's no other reason why they wouldn't want to get us the biggest rent. So we feel like the actual rent received is the market rent.
What is your actual rent per square foot?
45 cents.
That was actual?
That's on the page 77, yeah. So then I have to see, I'm looking at that, I believe that's what it was. He might have given a discount, like I said, I really depended on this whole.
See, I believe that he did the least fee because he was actually receiving higher market rents on the subject and did major adjustments downward.
I honestly have to look, because like I said, I just used his totality, he knows it better than me, and that's why we used that number. I have no questions.
So 45 cents actual rent,
That's what his number is, I have, yes.
and what's the assessor using?
Well, on page 68, it looks as though, like 351A was paying 54 cents. It looks like it says it was a month-to-month ownership. 301 looks like it was paying 61 cents industrial gross. It looks like unit 311, it was listed at 49 cents and they were paying almost like 28 cents because it looks like there was some hardship with that tenant.
It was hardship in the sense that they couldn't pay it and we couldn't replace them, so we said, something better than nothing.
And he's stating here that the rent should have adjusted to 59 cents.
I don't see that, sorry.
The 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, if they actually, they've
Fifth
actually.
line down, plus 30% common area expense
They actually went bankrupt, so we got nothing.
over the base.
They went out of business, so we got nothing. But you can see what we were asking for the property, and that was our asking rent, which was 49 cents. So even after free rent, improvements, commissions, 45 cents is what we feel the market rent is. And since these ones are short-term, that's why he used that 45 cents.
And what's the assessor's estimated market rent?
I use 55 cents, and then again, if you turn to pages, I think 10 through 16, I have the lease comparables that I got from CoStar.
Questions from the board? No questions? Questions from council?
No questions.
Okay, looks like summary time. I think the assessor gives their brief summary, and then you'll be the last to give a summary.
Okay, again, the assessor's opinion is the 2010-2011 supplemental roll value should be sustained at 1.241 million, using the sales comparative and income approaches, with most weight on the sales comparison approach being the preferred approach if comp sales are available.
All right, thank you. And to the applicant?
The appraisal that I handed in gives a value of $1 million, which is, it's 24 or maybe even 30% less than the assessor, so it is a significant amount. The appraiser lays everything out, gives more to the income approach because that's what it is. Using the sales approach, in my opinion, doesn't give you the true value because a vacant building is worth sometimes more than an occupied building, and it's not comparing apples to apples, and that's why the income approach, what the property is the correct way to method to use, as it laid out in the appraisal.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll call this hearing closed. To the board, would you like to deliberate here or in the boardroom?
In the boardroom after we hear the others. Does he have more?
Yeah,
To-
so there's three components. This is component one, so but they're three separate properties. So it may be easier for the board to hear each one and deliberate separately, or you can hear them all. But there are two more cases to be presented.
So our decision on this isn't,
The decision on this, they're all separate properties, so each decision is going to be made separately.
Okay.
okay.
So it's up to you if you want to do this one, come back, or if you just want to go through with all three right now.
What's the board's, like a recess? Okay.
I plan on doing the same, just if it makes any change in your decision, I plan on giving the same thing for all three properties, the same
Mhm.
appraiser, and that's what I'm basing my whole case will be on the same exact thing. So if that makes it, changes your decision to either deliberate between each one, I'm just letting you know.
Sure. Well, let's take a, since we're going to take a 5-minute recess, let's deliberate on this one, and then we'll come back. We should be able to, I think, make this. All right, back on record, 3:55. Any comments?
Yeah, I realized we did not swear in the witness for the applicant, so none of the testimony taken was under oath. So I'll have to place you under oath to continue, and then once we place you under oath, will you be willing to apply the oath to all the testimony you've previously presented?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so just.
Or we'll just do it all over again?
Huh? No.
Depends on how you're gonna roll.
Let's not, we've had enough issues today. So I'm going to place you under oath. This oath is going to apply to all testimony that has occurred today. Please raise your right arm. You do solemnly affirm that the testimony that you gave and are about to give in the matters now pending before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so the board can go ahead with what they were going to do now that everything's properly testified to.
Okay, so we're back on the record again. So we were hearing application 1412386, Oxnard Industrial Park 2 LLC. The board was in closed session. We discussed the case, and do we have a motion?
Motion to sustain the assessor's valuation on the property. The applicant did not overcome the burden of proof. So the valuation for the land would be $710,000, and for the building, $531,000, for a total of $1,241,000.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. Okay. Looks like the motion passes.
Could the applicant and I have a little sidebar before we present the next case?
Sure. Sign in. Moving swiftly to our next item. Looks like it's application 1412358.
Is the assessors okay with me handing out the exhibits now, or do you want me to hold off?
Could the assessor give us a brief overview of this application?
Sure. Okay, this is for a supplemental appeal for 2010-2011 due to a change in control on October 12, 2010. Application number 14-12358. It's an industrial-type property. The applicant is Oxnard Industrial Park 2 LLC. The assessor's parcel number is 201-0-192-135. The situs address is 850, 854, and 858 East Fifth Avenue in the city of Oxnard. The October 12, 2010 supplemental roll value for the land was $389,000. The improvements, $556,000, for a total assessed value of $945,000. The applicant's value or suggested value is $300,000 for the land, $575,000 for the improvements, for a total of $875,000. And again, this is a supplemental base year appeal for the change in ownership established on October 12, 2010. And our opinion is that the burden of proof rests with the applicant.
Okay. And to the applicant, do you accept the burden of proof?
I actually have a question. I don't understand what that means. Is it my burden of proof to disprove their number or to show why my number is correct? Because I was under the impression my burden of proof is to show why their number is inaccurate, why their increase is inaccurate. So I don't know how I can go first if that's the case.
To the assessor, can you explain?
Well, the assumption is that the assessor does their job correctly. Therefore, in this case where there was no sales price, we've established a value, and you do not agree with it, so it's up to you to determine or to prove that the value is incorrect and to support your value.
Is that correct according to the board? I understand that the assessor is saying that, but do I have to prove my value or just disprove his value? Assessor's value.
You need to prove the value that you're trying to establish through your appeal. If you're aiming for 875, then you need to present evidence that points that there's, by a preponderance of the evidence, like, that would persuade the board, 51% at least, that 875 is the correct value. And part of your doing that would be taking pot shots at whatever the assessor did to establish 945, but you need to have some proof of your own that points toward 875.
So the assumption is that their number is correct and I have to put holes through their assumptions.
Yes.
Okay.
What it boils down to is burden of proof is you give your presentation first.
And if I disagree with that, if I say I say it's their responsibility for the burden of proof, it's
Then
not mine.
well, there's no findings. If there were findings, I would have recorded that you are challenging the allocation of the burden of proof in the findings. Here, you can make your position known, and then the board will decide if they believe it's appropriate for the assessor to go or for you to go. And then however they decide, then that party represents first.
Okay, I'd like to ask that, because I don't feel like that I should be going first. I understand the last time I did, I think I made a mistake in that, and I feel like the assessor should be making their case since they're the one that came up with the first valuation.
If it may be helpful to the applicant if I just briefly look at the manual and get the rules and read to him when, one, the source for the presumption that the assessor work is correct, just so you understand. And then also the rule that says in what limited circumstances the assessor goes first, so you can satisfy yourself that you're not in one of those categories. So just give me a minute and I'll present that to you.
Thank you. I'm sorry for that.
And I would also commend to the applicant, it's also contained in this assessment appeals manual that's on the Board of Equalization website. It has a May 2003 date. And there's on page 83, there's a section entitled Presumptions Applicable to Assessment Appeals.
On page 1 of the assessor's exhibit, and also just a little paragraph explaining the burden of proof.
Under Evidence Code 664, it is presumed that official duty has been regularly performed. That applies to more than just the assessor. That would apply to government in general. So that presumption applies. There's also Property Tax Rule 321. And Section A says, subject to the exceptions set by law, it is presumed the assessor has properly performed his or her duties. The effect of this presumption is to impose upon the applicant the burden of proving the value on the assessment roll is not correct, or where applicable, the property in question has not been otherwise correctly assessed. The law requires that the applicant present independent evidence relevant to the full value of the property or other issue presented by the application. End quote. Now I'll turn to the rule which says when the assessor has the duty of presenting first. There is a code section, a Revenue and Taxation Code Section 167A, which will not assist you because you're not a owner-occupied single-family dwelling. But that says, notwithstanding any other provision of the law to the contrary, and except as provided in subdivision B, there shall be a rebuttable presumption affecting the burden of proof in favor of the taxpayer or assessee who has supplied all information as required by law to the assessor in any administrative hearing involving the imposition of a tax on an owner-occupied single-family dwelling. So that wouldn't cover you. Then there's another rule section that I want to read to you. Section, or Property Tax Rule 313C does not require the applicant to present evidence first when the hearing involves a penalty portion of an assessment. That's not something that's raised by your application.
Okay. Thank you.
And there, actually, I can give you more examples. I'll just read them in
If
summary.
you tell me it's not, I go first, I'll
Right.
believe you and I go first. I
Okay.
understand that. I just wanted to confirm with the board as opposed to the assessor.
The categories where the assessor has to go first involve owner-occupied single-family dwellings, penalty assessments, escape assessments, non-enrollment or purchase prices, and when the assessor intends to request a higher assessed value than is on the roll. Those would be where the assessor starts out, and the assessor has the burden of proof.
Okay, good to know.
Okey-doke. So that means,
I go
you'll-
first?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I submitted an appraisal done in September 1st, 2010 is the date of the valuation. The appraiser went through the comps. He put greater weight to the income approach. On page 68, I'm sorry, on page 61, it discusses the income approach. That's the approach that he felt was the necessary, the right approach here. He listed all the comps on page 61. On page 68, he came up with a market value of 48 cents a foot, which is actually what he used. In using the market value, he then used the comps. He used the comps on page 67. All the income comps came up, and then he came up with a on page 77. He came up with a cap rate of 7.5%. And came up with and then added the, on page 77 on the bottom as well, added the above market rent to the value and came up with a determination of $825,000 on the income approach. Then on page 79, he has his comps for the sales approach. And page 84, it came up with a sales approach value of $75 per foot or $945,000. And then he performs a reconciliation on page 87 for a final value of $875,000 by reconciling them, which is what we feel the number is. We actually feel like I was unaware of the assessor adds the property taxes, so I don't know if that changes anything here or not, but we'll stand by the value of $875,000, and it's all lined out in the report of how he came to that and where it came from. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, to the assessor.
Is there a document that's coming into evidence for that? Oh, okay, okay. All right, sorry.
I passed everything out, so hopefully it didn't get buried. Lots of stuff's been passed out, but you should have both the assessor and the applicant's exhibits.
I don't think council does.
I don't have the new, oh, wait, no, I've got it. No, this is for 30.
It should say 850. So the appraisal report, no.
That's the only one I have.
Look under your book.
Do you have an
Oh,
extra
there
copy?
it is, sorry.
Oh. Okey doke.
Sorry.
To the assessor.
We don't have any questions per se, but I'd like to point out some information within the appraisal itself. If you go to the fourth page, signed by the appraiser, he again is saying lease fee market value is $875, not the fee simple value. If we turn to page 87, or 77, I'm sorry. Again, he's concluding that the lease fee value is $825,000.
All right, and could you explain exactly what that is? We're a little confused.
Well, fee simple, okay, that's our direction under Revenue Taxation Code Sections 110 and 110.1. We're required to enroll the fee simple value of the property, what it would bring in the open market if they were to sell. The issue has to do with anticipation also. Some people will try to get a lower purchase price on properties that are not receiving market rent, but then they have the anticipation and expectation of bringing the tenants up to market rent. So if people are receiving market rent, then that's what the investors are going to purchase the property for. And they're going to look at the market rents and determine if the market rent on the subject property is fair, and they will pay that price capitalized. But if it's not receiving market rents, they're going to expect some kind of a discount. So it's not the full value of the property if receiving market rents. And the State Board of Equalization.
That's the leased fee.
That's the lease fee.
Okay, so that's just leased fee is current rents?
Based on the rents that the property is currently experiencing.
Current rents, fee simple?
Fee simple is.
Market rents.
Is the market rent.
That's actually inaccurate. If you look at his appraisal, page 68, he discusses the market rent. He disregards the actual rent for determining the market rent on his analysis, and then he adds back the overages of the actual rent, saying that there's a bonus because you're getting more than market. We're not gonna say that that's the market the same way. If it was lower, you wouldn't use that number. So, and you're just gonna add it on later, and that's what he did. So he actually used the market rent. So I don't know why you're saying, it's a fee, it is a fee. He just calls it leased fee, and I don't know if it says fee anywhere here. Fee simple the way you say it, but I disagree. I think that's he's saying the same thing you are. It's a lease as opposed to a vacant building, but he is using the market rents as per page 68.
But then he adjusted it based on the lease fee.
Higher. He adjusted it up, not
Actually,
down.
he lowered it.
He did not. I believe on page, if you look at page 77, he put the cap rate at $776,443. He added the above market rent to that to make it to $823,000. It's the bottom right corner of page 77. So he did not lower, he actually raised it.
And why did he do that?
For exactly the reason you stated.
Okay.
Because you're supposed to use the market rent, like you said, and that's what he did.
And we do have some disagreements about the cap rates. But
But we have to, we'll get into that when we see your.
Yeah. But at this, did I answer your question?
Fee simple, it's market rents. Leased fee is something other than market rents.
Correct.
Okay.
So at any rate, on page 77, he's showing that his lease fee value is $825,000. On page 79, we're looking at his comparable sales. Unadjusted, the lowest sale is $76 a square foot. If we turn to page 86, he's coming out with an as-is sales comparison approach of $945,000. His range on his comparable sales is $857,400 up to $1,168,700. His reconciliation comes out to the $875,000. But when you look at the overall comparables and the ranges there, the enrolled value of $945,000 is actually supported by this appraisal.
So basically, we're in the same situation as last time,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Pretty much identical.
Yeah.
Okay. So did you have any more questions?
Just pretty much probably the same questions from the last hearing. Was this appraisal done for loan purposes?
Yes.
Okay, and any future plans to demolish the building?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay. Hearing none. To the assessor. Proceed at will.
Okay, thank you. The subject is located on East Fifth Avenue, south of the railroad tracks, and on the corner of Richmond Avenue. Again, the applicant submitted to the assessor an appraisal with an effective date as of September 1st, 2010, for a value of $875,000. Furthermore, the appraisal's lease fee value of the September 1st, 2010 was $825 on the income approach and the as-is market value of $945,000 on the sales comparison approach. The subject was appraised for the purpose of this appeal, consisting of one APN totaling 12,600 square feet of a multi-industrial building sitting on 24,318 square feet of land. The subject was built in 1978, has 3 12-by-12 rolling doors and about 10% build-out. And again, I just want to clarify that I attempted to do a site inspection. Mr. Stauber had asked me not to because he didn't want tenants to be disrupted, so I was only able to view it from the exterior. Comparable sales data was used in determining the value, applying respective adjustments. An income approach was also applied. The cost approach was not utilized due to the age of the improvements. So if you go to page 3, again, I have an aerial of the subject property. Page 4 are some photos of the subject property. Page 5 is a sales comparison approach. I chose 5 comparables within a 6-month time period. The adjusted sales comp range was about 761,000 to about 1.196 million. I put most weight on comps 2 and 5 for a value conclusion of $1 million. Page 7 is a map of the subject and the comparable sales comparisons. Page 8 are the sales comparison photos of comps 1 through 5. Page 10 is an income approach. I use 55 cents a square foot, 5% vacancy, 10% for expenses. I used a 6.5 cap rate plus a 1.22% property tax component for a total of 7.72%. And the income value and conclusion was 920,000. Again, if you look at Exhibit B, I've included 2 annotations. And basically what the annotations say that the property has to be valued at fee simple. And if you look on page, I think it's it, 9 or 10, if you, on the income approach, in valuing property encumbered by lease, the net income to be capitalized is the amount the property would yield were it not so encumbered, whether this amount exceeds or falls short of the contract rent. So page 11 through 17 are the lease comparables. And page 18 and 19 are the cap rates. And again, the cap rates going from 4.24% to 7.4%. I did choose, again, 3 sales in Ventura County within a 9.5-month time period that we had, and those went from 4.24% to 6.85%. So if you go to the last page is the reconciliation page. Again, the cost approach was not employed due to the age of the improvements. The cost approach is most reliable when the property being appraised is relatively new and has experienced little depreciation, per Assessor's Handbook 502, page 12. California Tax Rule 4 says that the market approach is the preferred approach if comparable sales are available. I did give some weight to the income since it's used as an investment property. With the income approach can be mathematically leveraged into a wide range of estimated value just by making small variations in key variables. So with the value conclusion, I did apply 75% to the sales approach and 25% to the income approach for a real property value of $980,000. So even though I came up with a $980,000, the assessor recommends that the supplemental roll value be sustained at $945,000. That's it.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the applicant to the
Yes.
assessor?
The first question I have is for your sales comp approaches. Is there any, do you have any backup data? I don't see addresses on the sale comp approaches, which your comps. Oh, there, it's in the middle. Do you have any, like, you had any LoopNet or any kind of, or CoStar listings to show that?
Yeah, we get the information from CoStar, and we have a database of any industrial properties that do sell within that time period.
Okay, but I'm saying, you don't have them attached here to show what the properties are?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you only have just the 4 or the 5, just those grids of where it is. Okay, so all these, like, it's hard to see. These are McGrath, Sunkist, Lambert, Pacific. Those are the sales comp approaches you used?
Yeah, and I chose the one from Ventura. So the comps 2 through 5 are all in Oxnard, and I did choose one that was out of the city in Ventura. And I chose it because it was pretty much the same age and about kind of close in the building area.
Okay. And then for your sale comp approach, sorry, for your income ones, you didn't, you used the same ones that were not inside Oxnard. I have on our appraisal, there's a bunch of them that are listed here that were done in Oxnard. Is there any reason why you didn't use these ones? Page 61. These are,
Well, the information I got was from CoStar and also from, we have a rental database too, that where we send out questionnaires to the tenants. So those were the comps that I had used. Just a difference in opinion.
okay, because it's just different city, that's why I'm asking why if they were just
I
disregarded.
think they're all in Oxnard, if I'm not mistaken. Industrial Avenue, Oxnard Boulevard, Industrial Avenue, they're all in Oxnard.
On yours?
On page 12.
Oh, those are the rent comps, I'm talking about
Yeah.
the cap rate comps, or.
Oh,
Camp-
yeah, again, remember, from the last hearing, it was just, those were the only cap rates that we had derived from industrial buildings.
Okay, and then your discussion, I just don't see a discussion of how you got to 6.5, any kind of a formula or anything, because obviously that's the big difference. We're at 7.5, you're at 6.5. You just listed 3 comps and wrote a number without any data supporting why 6.5 is your number.
Well, from the 3 industrial cap rates that we have, the lowest one is 4.24% and the highest one is 6.85%.
But the problem is literally on these cap rates, there's zero information on these. They don't say the lease term. They don't say, they don't say the rent. They don't say when the building was
Well,
built.
I can't provide the rent because that's confidential information for these properties.
There are ways to get it. There are people that give it. There are comps that are available. But my question is why, so let's take the rents aside. Why is the year built, the tenant type, multi-tenant, or these are all single tenant, we're multi-tenant. So you're not even using the same comparable property to ours. So besides them both being industrial and being in Ventura County, why do you feel these really are comps?
Well, like I said, we only had a couple cap rates that were available, and we do think that they are comparable.
So do you feel-
And I did go on the higher end of the range, too.
Of the range that I understand the range that you selected as opposed to there are other comps that we've provided that are available. So they are available out there. There were other sales. I don't know what the reason why I'm assuming you use ones that showed better for you, and that's why you use them. So, but just the lack of information, it's literally impossible for me to argue comps that just have an address and no other information except a sales price. And you're using the income approach. I don't know what the income is. I have no idea the lease term, anything.
It is illegal for the assessor to disclose information about somebody else's private business. We are allowed to gather it, and we can use it as evidence, but we cannot disclose who we got it from.
And you don't have to disclose who you got it from, just that you got it. In other words, what the income is, obviously you got that income, how long of a lease term, it must have been something that came along with, besides just saying, this is a cap rate. How can I say, if I wanted to say that's false, it's just not a true cap rate, you're lying.
All right,
How
so
do
this
I-
is a good time just to be asking questions to the assessor
Okay.
regarding their presentation.
Do you have any way to verify that your numbers are accurate? They're truthful?
I mean, like I said, it's information that we get from the tenants we send out a questionnaire when there's a change of ownership.
So you're saying that you get, for these
I
three?
mean, we don't have any reason to put, misleading information.
I would disagree. I think that the reason is to get a higher assessment. It would be the reason to do it. But
We derive our cap rates from comparable sales that occur in Ventura County. I'm looking at the appraisal that you submitted on page 61.
I just want to ask questions on theirs. I'm not looking to go to mine. I just want to understand yours. That's all I'm asking right now.
I think we answered the question.
So there is no way that you can show that any of these numbers are accurate or truthful? That's basically my question. I just want to know if there's any evidence whatsoever.
We're under oath.
I think it's assumed that an appraiser gives as much truthful data, just we take into consideration the truth of your appraisal and their appraisal equally.
I would say, in my opinion, they're not equal, because one has ulterior motives, which is they are trying to get the highest value, as opposed to my appraiser, which literally doesn't care where the value comes in at all whatsoever. He's just,
Well, we're here to decide
Okay,
that.
that's what I'm
Okay?
just
I
saying.
understand your point, but we as a board will decide
Okay.
if we feel that there are ulterior motives on both the applicant and the assessors.
fair enough. So,
Okay?
okay.
Any more questions?
No.
Okay. To the board, any questions to the assessor? No? Okay. So closing statements. The assessor starts first and then the applicant.
Again, the assessor's opinion is that the 2010-2011 supplemental roll value be sustained at $945,000 using the sales comparative and income approaches, with most weight on the sales comparison approach being the preferred approach if comparable sales are available.
Okay, thank you to the applicant.
We feel that the value should be what we stated, the $875,000 based on the appraisal that has, I feel that it's more extensive, better comps, showing more detail about the comps, and that's why we feel our number is, we have achieved our burden to show why this number is the correct number as of the date of appraisal.
All right, thank you. So that closes this item. And to clerk of the board,
Yeah, we have one more item, so you.
one
guys-
more? It's
Yeah.
probably best if we hear the next one and then we'll go and decide.
Slightly
Actually, I think it
different.
might be best if you go ahead and deliberate on this one.
This next one is a slightly different animal. A raised request has been initiated, so.
Okay, so it's not
I
a
don't
carbon
know
copy
if-
of the last two?
Not exactly. The assessor will have the burden in this case.
Very nice. So,
Mr. Chairman, I have to leave at 5 today, and so it may make sense to deliberate on this one, because there may not be time to, though you don't need me here, if no
Sure.
findings are requested, you could release me and continue on, but I'm just letting you know that I have to leave at 5 today.
very nice. Okay, so was it the pleasure of the board to deliberate here or in closed session?
I think it's the same issue. I believe the applicant's evidence supports that 945 along with the assessor, so I would make a motion to sustain the assessor.
Okay, so we have a motion. Any discussion? Okay. Okay, due to the appraisal? Okay. So we have a motion from Mr. Crow to sustain the assessor's recommended roll value, and we have a second from Ms. Ferris.
Please vote using your computer terminals.
Motion passes.
All right. Okay.
For this last one, how do I request a written finding of facts?
Oh, you can request now. Need $150 from you.
Is credit card okay?
Check or cash.
I guess not.
So he's asking for findings on this one.
I'm not sure.
So it looks like we're on application 1412385. Is that correct?
Yes, and I haven't clear, are you requesting the findings of fact? or-
I'm not, assessor, I believe assessor.
Okay. Is the
We just had
assess-
a discussion with the applicant. We're willing to withdraw the raised letter if he's willing to withdraw the application.
You're willing to withdraw the raised letter if the applicant is willing to withdraw the application? Are you willing to withdraw the application?
I am.
Okay.
Because it is a request for a raise, the board has to, I already forget, what did we do last time this came? The board just needs to approve it? Approve the withdrawal.
I believe the applicant's affirmation on the record that he's willing to withdraw the appeal, and we've got the assessor's representation on the record that they're withdrawing the raised letter. I believe that that can conclude the matter. And then it's as if the parties were stipulating to keep it as is. If you want, if the clerk wants to document that, I don't believe we even needed a stipulation, or do we need a stipulation, Mr. Meyer, for the value without the raise?
I believe that no stipulation would be necessary. It's just a withdrawal of the application and the raised letter.
All right, then if both parties have stated their position on the record and the current enrolled value does not reflect the raise, then I believe that's sufficient to conclude that third appeal.
And if that's the case, then the board doesn't have to take any action, and we can move to adjournment.
Are there no more application?
Nope, not if that one's taken care of.
One other thing, there's still the issue of the following years on this property.
Oh, that's what we forgot about.
Is he
Okay.
going to withdraw those also, or are we going to go for Prop 8 values on those?
So we do have, so you have now declined, basically market values for each of the subsequent year applications open. Do you want to pursue the market reductions that are still open?
For the subsequent years,
Right.
I honestly have to review them. Is there any way we continued? I'm probably just going to dismiss them. I just have to look at to see what they are. I don't even know what they are.
Right.
So I don't know how I can say that without.
Okay, do we want to continue everything?
I'm probably going to just withdraw it once I see it, as long as it's not exceeding the 2% of the values. I don't see that it being an issue.
Right, okay, so,
Do you know what
I
percent
believe
they
a
might
couple of
be?
the properties were actually receiving temporary decline in values for a couple of years also.
Okay.
Certainly not going to argue with those.
okay, so April 25th will give you enough time to decide?
Plenty of time.
Okay, if you decide not to go forward, just contact me and we'll get those canceled. Okay, so I'm recommending continuance to April 25th, 2016 on the remaining cases, which are items 28 through 37.
Okay. So looking for a motion to continue items 28 through 37 to April 25th.
I'll second that motion.
That was moved by Ms. Ferris and seconded by Mr. Crow. That motion passes. Thank you very much. So it looks like we just are at adjournment. Item 78. Anything else?
Wasn't there one we trailed?
Trailed?
I'm getting lost, but I'm pretty sure that those were the only items we trailed and everything else has been taken care of. I do not see anything else that has not been resolved today.
All right, so we're adjourned as of 4:38.